1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good evening, Diplomacy fans, and welcome to a rare prime time Saturday night edition of Game Day Live. I am Brandon Fogel here with David Hood and Adam Silverman. We are going to bring you live coverage of the final round of Carnage 2024. Welcome to the broadcast, Mr. David Hood.
Glad to be here, Brandon, and glad to be here with my friend, what's his name? Adam. That's his
Adam. Mr. Silverman, how you doing out there on the West Coast?
Doing great.
Feels like old times, you know. I think the three of us have been on some broadcasts together before, but it's been a little while with all the new commentators and hosts coming in.
All those young whippersnappers.
So we're going to take a ride to the past here and cover one of the longest running tournaments in North America. This is Carnage, which is run by Dave Miletsky, and it is run out of a ski resort in Vermont, Killington, right?
It's at Killington now. Yeah, it's kind of gone back and forth between Killington and Mount Snow, and I think now it's back at Killington.
It's a good time. I've been there, came in second at a DipCon that was held there back in 2017, which feels like a different lifetime ago. Adam, you have won a DipCon at Carnage. That was in 2022?
2021. It was actually the first tournament after COVID. Very special tournament in my mind, not only because of winning DipCon, but it was just kind of the merging of the virtual hobby that had emerged during COVID and the face-to-face hobby. It was just a very, very special event.
And it was the first face-to-face event that we covered right here on DBM.
True. Yeah.
And I mean, it's cool that you were able to win a tournament that wasn't Weasel Moot. So I congratulate you for that.
That's right.
David, I assume you have.
That happens again.
What's that?
It might be a while before that happens again.
Well, that'll be a blessing to all of us. I think David can agree. David, you have played at Carnages before, I presume?
I play at a couple of them. Yeah. And it's a good time. It always is a good time. There's people that play there that are local to New England that you don't get to play with a lot of other places. There's also a significant number of people that travel there every year. So it's got a nice mixture of players. And of course, Dave knows what he's doing. And also importantly, the Carnage administration, the powers that be at Carnage are very supportive of the diplomacy event. And you can tell by the hospitality that we get there.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to get out there because it's up in Vermont and it's not close to any, airports, and you got to kind of fly into Boston or Albany and drive out there. But it's well worth the effort. Man, they put on such a great show, and David Miletsky really just does such a welcoming job for everybody. He gets like a big suite where everybody hangs out, and food and beverages for everybody to share. I mean, it's just such a great time. In addition to just the great diplomacy, of course, that happens on the boards.
Yeah, it's one of the tournaments in North America that has its sort of own little microculture that's identifiable. I think Dixie is another one like that. And I think one of the keys is getting locals who really only go to that tournament, or people who tend to only go to that tournament versus others. And also being long running is part of it. But I'm with you. Yeah, it's really hard to get to. So you have to make such a dedicated effort. And, that really feels worth it once you make it there and are trapped there for the weekend. So I know we have at least two West Coasters off the top of my mind who flew out there. So we thank them for that. We'll see who those are in a little bit. Carnage is a little unusual because it's so hard to get to and get away from. Dave Miletsky does not have a Sunday morning round. So typically 3-round tournaments have 2 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday, or maybe 1 on Friday, 1 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. Dave wants to give people a lot of time to go catch their flights on Sunday. So there's a Friday night round, Saturday morning round, and then the tournament finishes on Saturday night. And then there's just an award ceremony the next morning, and then everybody drives off through the mountains off to their destinations. So what that means, though, is that it's an opportunity for us to have a rare nighttime version of Game Day Live and to follow things as they're going on. There is a chance we will catch up to the live games as they're happening. If so, so be it. That is the risk we run. All right, why don't we have a look at the players, the top 10 by DBNI standings. These are the current DBNI standings. At the top of that list are 2 names I think that stand out, one of which is very familiar to us, Karthik Kanath, DBN's own, who can't seem to stop doing well at tournaments. And then a newcomer, Justin Lohr, who is showing up at lots of tournaments now. A rookie this year. He came to Chicago for Weasel Moot. Now he's out in Carnage. And up there with a lofty number 4 rank. He's currently in first place in the VDL. And I know he's gunning for Rookie of the Year, paying a lot of attention to that race, especially with Max Wanji-Rowe Banks, and an Australian who's been doing lights out as well. So Justin, this is an opportunity for Justin to try to rack up some points, not only for the DBNI, but for the Rookie of the Year. So looking at the rest of these names, we got some familiar old time names here that don't show up a lot in tournaments we cover on DBN. John Bin, David Miller. Dave Miletsky is the tournament director, so not playing for points. Some guy named Ed Sullivan, who we will at some point have to talk about whether tied tops are good in the scoring system. Jason Bennett, Hunter Catcher, Ian Rudnick, and Craig Mayer all the way from Montana. Fantastic. So I'll turn it over to you guys. Who jumps out to you on this list, and who do you want to tell us to keep our eyes on? David, we'll start with you.
David Miller is one of the best players in the face-to-face circuit, but does not travel to all the tournaments on the circuit. He doesn't have time. He has other things going on in his life. So always when he is at a tournament, you may not have seen him at 3 tournaments, and then all of a sudden there's David Miller, and he's going to be competitive for winning the thing. He is really, really good. Has a different play style. He's a much more of an alliance player maybe than some other people might be, but still comes up with a way to end up towards the top. I'd also like to emphasize John Ben up here on the list, who is a player from the Northeast that actually won the Boston Massacre, I believe. And I'm not sure if John has been to Carnage before, so it would be fun to see how he fits into that, to that environment coming in here as, according to this, in the top 3, according to DBNI rank, that is playing at the tournament.
And Adam.
Well, it's painful for me to say this, but, it's hard to bet against Karthik with the run that he's been having lately. I mean, the guy's just been winning tournaments left and right. If he doesn't get targeted in his games, he's a threat to top any board he's on. So I'll be keeping an eye on Karthik. Very excited to see how Justin Lohr does. I had the pleasure of meeting him at Weasel Moot. Great player, organizing things in the LA area, and really enthusiastic about the games. Been traveling a lot, getting a lot more experience lately. So I'm excited to watch him. I'm not sure if he's going to be in contention with this great group, but I think he's got a shot. So we'll see.
All right, with that. Oh, and I will add, actually, Jason Massbaum is here as well. So hasn't played enough to show up on the list here. But also,
did you have to mention that?
I suppose it was a choice, David, and it's one I'm going to have to live with. So I don't know if I apologize, but
it doesn't sound like you're very apologetic to me. But keep going.
I am willing to note that I made that choice. It does, however, take the count of West Coasters up to 3 with Karthik, Justin, and Jason together. And perhaps there's someone else I've missed. Ed Sullivan coming in from Houston. So we have players from all over the country. All right. What do you say we dive into a game and have a look at some moves?
Let's do it.
All right. Here is the first board, round 1, board 1. In Austria, we have Hunter Catcher out of New Haven. Although that could be out of date because Hunter moves around a lot. So Hunter, if you're watching this, let us know what your current address is. In England, we have Carl Ellis, who is a longtime face-to-face player from the Boston area. Is that right?
Yeah, he's from somewhere in New England. He might be Vermont or New
I
Hampshire.
was going to say Vermont, actually. Yeah, I think he might actually live in Vermont.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
up there somewhere.
All right, we'll try to get that that updated. France, Ed Sullivan. So Ed in France right off the bat. That'll be fun to see how he does. Out of Houston, Germany, we have Chris Campbell out of Montpellier, also a longtime face-to-face player. Italy, Evan Ellis, who is Carl's son, correct?
I believe so.
And in Russia, we have David Miller, who just got a shout out from Mr. Hood out of Olney, Maryland, my home state. And Turkey, Doc Bender, playing out of Tampa, Florida. So, Doc Bender didn't show up on that list, but he is no one to ignore on a board, I should say. Former world champion. All right, let's dive in here and see what happens. For our format, I think we'll go with one player doing the play-by-play, observing moves for a whole year, and then the other player, if they can, holding off analysis until the end of the fall turn. And David, you're on top, so we'll start with you doing the play-by-play. And here are spring 1901 moves. Tell us what you see.
All right. So the Ed Sullivan's opening jumps out at me because it's, the bounce in Burgundy may very well be arranged. He can still take Spain from there. This is a way to sort of make sure that there's no shenanigans going on. It also slows Chris Campbell down a little bit in Germany for the guy to stay in Munich instead of being in Ruhr. In the East, I'm looking at Evans opening where Rome doesn't move. That may be, maybe he hasn't played Italy a lot or something, or maybe it'd be a choice. He's just going to convoy that guy to Tunis through the Tyrrhenian instead of going to the Ionians. Interesting opening. Doc has done the old school Turkish opening with the two armies moving and not worrying about the fleet doing anything but bouncing. So that's not terribly surprising coming from Doc, but otherwise, those are my comments. Well, actually, I missed Chris's not going to Denmark, which is another very significant thing in this situation. And what that does do is that it does put a guy next to Belgium that you would otherwise not have had because you've bounced, in Burgundy.
Yeah, Adam, I will take a break here in the middle just to talk about that move to Holland because we've seen it more. I don't know if it's becoming more popular or if we're just seeing different players than we've used to who tend to do it, like in the Australian hobby. What are the pros and cons of opening from Kiel to Holland?
Well, I mean, I think the big thing here is it's a way for him to, like you said, to get pressure on Belgium without having to worry about the bounce in Burgundy, right? I mean, the risk here is getting bounced out of Denmark by the English, but it's still a way to get play on Holland if you're not interested in having play on bouncing Sweden in the fall. I mean, I kind of like it. It's also very commonly used when there's a sea lion type of opening and France moves to the English Channel. Of course, that didn't happen in this particular instance. So it's a variant that we don't see a lot, but I think it's perfectly a reasonable way to play. The downside, of course, is that you end up stranding that army in Denmark, which can be awkward later on in the game.
You're also sort of stranding the fleet in a place that you may or may not want it. But you don't have as much flexibility. It's harder, for example, to work with England when your fleet is on. It's not impossible.
Yeah, it's certainly more anti-English than giving you the flexibility to pivot against Russia very quickly.
It can still work, but it's just a little. The footwork is a little trickier with England here with the fleet in Holland.
All right, let's move forward into fall 1901. David, tell us what you see.
Although if you're just supported into Belgium there, that means you didn't even take Holland, which isn't. I'm not sure the last time I saw Germany in their two builds are for Belgium and Denmark instead of Holland and Denmark. I mean, I may have seen it before, but I can't remember recently. So it's an interesting move that, looked like Carl actually thought he was going to Belgium, or at least bouncing in Belgium. So Ed may have pulled a fast one on people there. In the East, the fleet taking Tunis is interesting instead of convoying the army. It certainly gives you maybe some flexibility to move the armies into the Balkans a little faster because you're not stranding the army in Tunis, but it's an interesting move. Otherwise, Turkey taking the Black Sea because Russia is making sure they take Romania with the army is also what jumps out at me. That we all talk about this a lot, but when the army goes in Romania, that is less good for the Austrians and more good for the Turks.
Yeah, this is super aggressive play from David Miller, which is what you would expect if you've ever watched his game before. Just sliding into Galicia, probably agreeing with Hunter, Hunter with Vienna holding, you have to assume that they discussed Galicia and agreed not to leave, nobody was going to go there. So this has got to be just an aggressive play. He's going to run an RT with Doc, and we'll see how that goes.
Interesting that Hunter would have agreed to the DMZ. Hunter's the kind of player who I think he's a strong player. He would recognize he has nothing to do with Vienna, so might as well ask for a bounce in Galicia. So some effective diplomacy, I should say, on David Miller's part to gain tactical advantage. That takes us to winter of 1901, and a bunch of builds all over the place. It is unusual to see Holland be the only neutral left in 1901, especially with Germany getting 2 builds. I think that's the unusual part.
Yeah, I don't think it's completely unusual if they're being bounced by the English out of Holland or something, but this is what's so unusual.
Yeah.
Having played with Chris a couple of times, Chris is a pretty conservative player. He's really good. He really understands the game, but he plays very conservatively. So it would not shock me if he asked for that bounce in Burgundy, and if he asked for this kind of play, and Ed is trying to just build a relationship with him, and because he feels like he's going to be the stronger ally on his side of the board. And it's really about, giving Ed is really about giving Chris what he wants so he can develop that relationship and work with him on this board and have a sure ally. So I'm expecting to see an FG on this board.
All right, let's push forward here and find out. We do get a fleet in Kiel, so that is positioned to be anti-English if it wants to be. We get an army in Berlin as well. We get a fleet in Brest, so it does feel like the FG is certainly being set up here. The highlight here, though, is
my jaw has dropped.
Fleet Trieste, with an army.
Hunter is an unconventional guy. He's always played unconventionally, so it doesn't surprise me, frankly. If someone's going to do it, it might be Hunter in this situation with a Russian sitting in Galicia.
With a Russian sitting in Galicia, is it possible that this was negotiated between the two, between Hunter and David, that what we're looking at is an ART?
I think it has to be the product of negotiation. Hunter wouldn't do this without thinking that it was okay and not dangerous for him to do it. But
I wonder if it's a case of Hunter saying, I wonder if it's a case of Hunter saying, you know what, if I'm going to get attacked by RT, I'm done in this game. So I might as well try to give them some kind of way to, where I can be useful in a different way, though. I don't know. I mean, if there was already an RT on this board, like I would be salivating if I'm either of them. So I just wonder if this could be self-defeating. But let's see. Maybe there's something going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of.
It literally could be a rat, and we could end up with Russians and Prussian Silesia. Also, it's a possibility.
That would be a reason to deploy the army into Galicia. Yeah.
Right.
All right.
It's kind of a misdirection play, and
yeah. And then all of a sudden, all right, let's see. Spring of 1902. Adam, you're going to be on the docket here, and nope.
Yeah. It looks like Romania. So let's look at the East. I mean, this was, I guess Hunter thought there was a rat, but clearly the rest of the board did not, or at least the RT did not. I'm going to assume Romania made a misorder and was supposed to be supporting Galicia into Budapest, not supporting Budapest to hold. But it didn't really matter because Hunter just shot everything out of the way, and everybody's just walking into dots. Russia moving into Budapest, Turkey moving into Bulgaria. I mean, this is just a disaster for Hunter, unfortunately. But it's good news for the RT. David moves Moscow up north. We didn't really comment on the builds that he left St. Petersburg bare. But he seems to have an alliance up north as well, with the English moving down to Skagerrak and guessing correctly and bouncing Helgoland Bight here. Indeed, this does look like the expected FG with France putting up into the channel with support of that German fleet in Belgium. And maybe that was the reason why they put the fleet there, so it could support Brest there come spring 1902. So these are all very strong FG RT moves. The other intriguing one is Marseille to Piedmont. And I'd love, David, for you to comment on what you think about that one.
My guess is that Ed already thinks that his FG is going to get the jump on England, and he already wants to have some kind of play on the East, whether to help the Italians or to sabotage the Italians, one or the other. And it doesn't, at this point, it might be help the Italians, given how fast the RT is going to eat up Hunter, given what Hunter's done here.
I'll note that Ed Sullivan is the one sandboxing. Ed Sullivan actually arranged the sandboxes for DBN at Carnage, which is not his natural forte, organizing stuff like that. So that support of Romania in Budapest may just be a mistranscription.
I'm just going to comment on one tactical thing this turn. The Kiel to Hell, Berlin to Kiel, don't love it. Would have liked to see Munich go up to Ruhr. Berlin goes to Munich in this case.
I agree. All right.
Well, unless he was worried somehow about Prussia, Silesia. But anyway, let's just keep going. Yeah,
my guess is Ruhr was probably negotiated to be clear by Ed to Chris's detriment. Fall of 1902. Back to you, Adam.
Yeah, and so this is a nice. This is great for the RT. So let's start in the north, because this has. Wow, England is putting Sweden into Denmark while David also takes England. I'm assuming that this was a negotiated situation where David was not supposed to take Norway. So. Very nice aggressive play, and David in the south is taking Budapest and Vienna. So this is a 4-build Russia. That is just crazy. I have not seen a 4-build 1902 Russia. Of course, he is in Sev, so he'll only be able to build 3. Yeah. Very sad. Sorry, David. You should have thought about that one. But seriously, that is just remarkable. Meanwhile, Turkey does not take Greece because the Italians help him hold it. But nonetheless, you have Ed helping, and you have Ed helping Austria into Venice. So Ed is making his play, but it's not to help Italy. I think it's to weaken Italy, probably with the goal of getting some fleets down there as quickly as he can. On the other side of the board, England is holding out, but has got that difficult FG against him. So we'll see how that goes. But losing Norway to the Russian is certainly not going to help his case.
David, you like to talk about the dangers of being a big Russia early in the game. Do you have that concern here?
David, David is a tempo player. He's a little bit like I am. I don't care about how big I get either. You got to fix that diplomatically. And David's a pretty good diplomat. So yes, it's of concern, but if he thinks he's got good alliance, and Doc is somebody that David can work with for sure. They've probably worked together many times in the past on alliances. And I think he thinks he's got the ability to do this. The real question in my mind is whether St. Pete to Norway really is a deal or not. It could be if Karl is just desperate for a friend. I'm going to put the army in Norway, and I'm going to help you or something. I don't know. So it could have been somehow arranged. The real thing, the puzzling thing for this turn for me actually is is Adriatic to Venice with support of Ed. I'm not sure I understand the purpose of that unless Italy said, well, let's keep one of your armies alive or something. But then why would you need French support? I mean, the whole thing, I don't know why you would sabotage the Italian position if you're Ed. He's not ready to go into the Med yet. So we don't know what the diplomatic situation is, so I'm sure I'm missing something. But at first glance, that is surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, Bohemia goes to Tyrolia with support. It does feel like Hunter and Evan. Hunter has just had a target for Evan the entire game so far, and it doesn't seem to have benefited either one. But
although
that leads to
the Italians supporting Greece is very significant.
Yeah.
And then both those units are dead. Okay, that's.
I'm disappointed in the German build. I would have liked to see Fleet Kiel there.
It did feel like that was going to happen, but it doesn't. But we do get another exciting build in David Miller's Fleet South Coast St. Petersburg. So these are that and Fleet Trieste are fleet units we don't see being built early in the game. We are seeing it here. Elsewhere, we get it.
This is very suggestive that David and Karl have a deal, and that Karl is not upset about it, right? Because pulling Skag and the South Coast rather than the North Coast bill definitely says this was the deal. You give me Scandinavia, and I let you defend, and I go after Germany in exchange for that, which is basically what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Doc Binder puts down another fleet, yeah, let's go.
Which you don't do if you're afraid of the fact that David's at 10 centers. You don't do the fleet. So Doc's not afraid of that.
Doc is not afraid of that. All right, here we go. Spring of 1903. Back to you, David, for spring of 1903.
Black Sea to Seb is not a stab. That is David. That's them reimagining how many centers each party in the alliance is going to have. That's what that is. Possibly kill the fleet, but I don't think so. I think they're going to give Turkey a center there. French are now into Tyrolia with support of the Germans. That is a significant change of equation there. I guess that, anyway, let's look at the West. We were talking about the builds. I thought, Ed's getting ready to convoy into Wales. He's got support and that's exactly what he does. And the Germans take North Sea, so the FG attack on Karl is really going. What does Denmark do? Denmark just taps Kiel. I guess Kiel was going to tap Denmark, so it couldn't support North Sea anyway.
All right, let's push forward into the fall here, 1903, and Ed guesses right.
So I'm sorry, I was looking at the east. I was going to say maybe this was to kill the Russian fleet, and I said no, maybe not. And then, that's exactly what it is. They're using this to kill the Russian, because you don't need a Russian fleet if you've got an RT. In fact, a Russian fleet is a problem if you have an RT. And given the fact how far ahead Russia was, they'd had no problem go ahead and giving the Turks that center and getting rid of the fleet so they could rebuild it somewhere else. Germans are taking Denmark. They have done that from the North Sea position, which I find very interesting. But they also get to go to the North Sea from Holland. The guess there that Karl made on Liverpool was not the right guess. There was a possibility of a support attack on London or a supported attack on Liverpool, and could have supported Liverpool, didn't do it, and there we go.
Adam, the question I have is about Ed Sullivan right now. So Ed decided to continue the attack on England this year, despite Russia getting so big. There was a sort of potential for him to decide that maybe England would be useful. Chose not to do that. Do you like that play at the moment?
I think you got to do it. I think he's doing the right thing. If he guesses wrong here, the ball game may change a little bit, and he may have to do something else next year. But since he guessed right, he's getting the build himself, and now it's get those last two English dots as quickly as possible, so that you're either a counterbalance or you let Germany counter the Russian, and you get some fleets into the Med as soon as possible. I mean, you've got a basically completely incapacitated Italy. You've got Turkey push already in the Ionian. You're going to need to get fleets down there to lock things up very quickly. So, you either have to turn around and leave England in the north, which is not really what you want to do, or you have to just take them out. And I think since you guessed right here, you got your first dot. England's going to be pulling. It'll make it a lot easier with Germany in the North Sea to get some more.
Ed is using that army in Tyrolia to try to counterbalance the Russians. You can see that, but of course it wasn't enough.
I'm a little disappointed to see Munich go to Ruhr in this situation. There's no reason for it to be doing that. And in fact, Burgundy shouldn't be there. Well, I guess Burgundy's there if Munich needs support. So actually, Burgundy's not a bad unit, but Munich should be going to Silesia, going to Bohemia. Ruhr is the wrong direction right now. I mean, he's got to understand that if he and Ed are fighting right now, that RT is just going to be way too powerful.
Yeah, my suspicion is that he wanted to make sure Munich was open for a build, and Silesia wouldn't guarantee.
He took Denmark. I'm sorry. Okay, that is why he did it. Okay, I stand corrected. No, I think it's the right move because it's the only place that he can go that's going to be guaranteed to be open.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure though. I think your logic may still hold that the value of being in Silesia is worth so much that. Having an army in Ruhr, you're not dealing with units on the line yet. So you're going to have an army in Munich no matter what, whether you went to Ruhr here or not. The other way, you have a chance to have the army in Silesia, even if it's only a chance. Whereas this way, you're not stuck with an army in Ruhr, which isn't going to be able to do it.
I mean, you could also guarantee. I mean, Silesia is a guess, right? But you could, if you really wanted to vacate Munich, get Ed to support you into Bohemia. I mean, Ed's not going to get Vienna here. He's got to know that. So supporting you to Bohemia is a better play. Yeah,
that's interesting. And then Bohemia retreats to Silesia. Yeah. All right. Well, And then in the southeast, right? We got to talk about Turkey.
They're already in the Ionian.
Yeah.
Doc is in the, Doc Bender is in the Ionian at the end of 1903. There's nothing dangerous about that.
It was 10-5 in the RT last year. Now it is 8-7 with no Russian Southern Fleet and Turkey in the Ionian building 2. This is something to worry about, is it not?
It's a Turkish position. I mean, it's a good Russian position, but it's a glorious Turkish position, right?
Position. All right. Let's see what Doc Bender puts down. It's a fleet and an army. Interesting. That can go either way. We get a fleet from Italy, which was a rebuild from where was the Italian unit piffed in Tyrolia?
Tyrolia.
And it's rebuilt as a fleet in Rome. I think you'd want that in Naples if you were going to put down a fleet. Elsewhere, we get the expected army in Munich. We get a fleet in Marseille. So Ed made the right build. I think we'd all agree. And Carl pulls Wales. All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1904, down to you, Adam.
Okay, so Ed does a walk into London. He guesses correctly again. Good for Ed. Pulls Marseille down into Lyon. I don't understand the Italian holds here. Maybe that was a time thing or something. But there's no excuse for that at all. Turkey opts to go to Adriatic. I guess this was. I guess it's the sure thing, right? So it can guarantee Trieste in the fall and Venice from there. So it's a pretty good move because Tyrrhenian Sea was not necessarily going to work. But because for some inexplicable reason Italy held, he's also in the Ionian. So with these moves that Italy is making, Doc is just having his way with this board. Meanwhile, he goes back out to black because he doesn't need to sit in Romania. David advances into Silesia, now going to have the play onto Bohemia come the fall. I guess these are okay. I mean, Germany is making super conservative moves here, and again, this gets to like that unit in Ruhr is doing absolutely nothing. The French unit in Burgundy is doing absolutely nothing. I mean, they're playing for holding Munich, which is not going to be necessary for some period of time. Would love to see more active movement. Tyrolia is not doing anything. Little bit confused by all of that.
All right, let's move into fall of 1904, if I can get the tech to work. And here are the moves.
Okay. So Ed's going to hold his new center in London, pull down into Tyrrhenian Sea. I don't know. Did Evan maybe leave the game or something? Because this is 2 turns with no orders submitted, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I can only assume maybe he abandoned the position or something, because it looks like Doc gets a free walk into Naples, takes Trieste. David gets Romania back for the trouble, so they're each going to build this term, and David also manages to just piff that unit in Bohemia. Germany's just holding his own units. Again, I feel like this is very inefficient on Chris's part, and really should be making more forward moves in this case. Denmark supports Skagerrak from what here, right? I mean, there's nothing threatening Skagerrak. Why not make a supported attack on Sweden right now, or do something with those units? So disappointing, but the RT keeps rolling.
This all goes back to the fact that when Germany built that army, they probably should have built a fleet. Remember a couple of years ago, and if they'd have had that third fleet, they would have the ability to really, fight with the Russians. And with the 2 fleets, it makes it harder. But it certainly makes it hard if you don't even order the attack.
Yep.
David, if you are David Miller, are you wondering why that fleet is still in the Black Sea?
Yes, I was expecting it to go to Con. So yes, I am worried about that a little bit if I'm David. I'd be so shocked if they didn't talk about it, but it's surprising. I mean, it doesn't look like Doc has any bad intent here. He didn't block the Russians from retaking Romania, which he could have done, things like that. So I don't think it was intended to be anything other than a, cautionary unit, but we'll find out soon enough.
This is a board where RT can potentially race towards an 18 kind of situation. So if nobody stabs too early, if somebody stabs too early, it makes it a lot harder to do that. So I think these guys are going to roll with this, and I think they both are players who are interested in getting a solo on this board. So I see this alliance going another couple of years before there's any funny business. I think Doc will leave that fleet in black for as long as he can get away with it, though.
And go ahead, David.
I was just going to make one quick comment here at the end of 1904. If you compare this position to the games that we just watched that you all recorded, or the coverage you just recorded of, for example, the Hexstecken, last weekend or a couple of weekends ago, when you have games that are played under different scoring systems, you can end up with different end states at the end of 1904. This is not how any of the games probably in the Australian tournament or European tournament would likely look at the end of 1904. When these people, there's three people that are basically eliminated. You just don't see that in a more balance of power or a shorter game scenario. Carnage is a different setup. The games are basically unlimited. At least this particular round's unlimited. The scoring system is different. So it just goes to show you how players not only playing to a scoring system, but actually playing in a different local meta. The North American hobby just plays differently. For those that may have turned in DBN in the last month, you can see very, very distinctly how the play style here is different than it would be, for example, in the European Championship.
And let's just comment on that scoring system, because I think it is really important for our viewers to be aware. It's largely a rank-based scoring system where having scores are tiered based on ranks. But the other important thing is a solo in this system is worth so many points that it cannot be under any circumstances caught by someone who doesn't solo. So if you solo in round one and get eliminated in your other rounds, but nobody else solos in the tournament, you're going to win that tournament. So a solo is so overvalued that if the opportunity comes, you're going for it in these games.
Yeah, you need 4 lone board tops to beat a solo in Carnage scoring,
which cannot be done in 3 rounds. I'll remind the viewers.
Yeah, and I'll just add that this scoring system is a modification of the original Carnage that was proposed by Karthik, and so this scoring system goes by the name of Carnhick. So the key factor, just to finish this discussion, that David pointed out is that these games are untimed, so there is no time limit. This game is being played on a Friday night. So the only constraint they have is really the amount of sleep that they want to get, or the other games they may want to play, or a drink they may want.
Or the position may not justify keep playing it out. I mean, just because you have an unlimited time, a lot of the games still end, frankly, in a 1906, 1907, 1908 time frame. That's when most of them are still going to end. But it's still played differently because you don't know for sure it's going to end in 1907. That completely changes how you play, not for good or for bad, but it's just different.
So the builds we get for Winter 1904 are an army in Constantinople, which is definitely not going to go to Romania or help take Budapest. David Miller, for his part, puts that army in St. Petersburg, so more concerned about Ed Sullivan putting another fleet in north and getting purchase over Norway than with Doc taking a unit in the south.
I'm surprised by Army St. Petersburg. I'm not clear why it's up there.
I just don't get it. I don't get it at all.
I don't get it at all. I feel like a North Coast fleet would make sense, or an Army Warsaw would make sense here. But even an Army Sev to be protective, though I don't think he would build Army Sev, but Warsaw or Fleet North Coast, I don't get it. And I'm certainly, if I'm David, I'm not liking Army Khan there. I want Doc to be building another fleet.
Yeah, you could even argue for Army Moscow more than you can argue for Army St. Pete. At least that gives you some flexibility on what to do.
Yeah, no, as I said, that Army in Khan is definitely not going to Romania, so don't worry about that. But no, St. Petersburg is meant to protect Norway from if Ed goes to north here, then they'll have purchase over.
But why not a fleet at this point? No,
fleet.
Pull Norway back to Finland. Pull the fleet to St. Petersburg. Right now.
Spring of 1905 finds these orders. David, you are the one to tell us about them.
Wait a minute.
Okay, this game's about to end.
No, not necessarily. This could be some kind of time limit problem.
No, I suspect this is a...
This is Ed going to take Edinburgh and then end the game.
Yeah, I believe this is probably a transcription problem. Maybe a bunch of those units didn't actually move, were ordered, but didn't move. Either that, or we're going to see some units change places.
If it really is, we're getting ready to see some kind of arranged ending. That's fine, but that didn't look right. That didn't look right. So obviously, Ed's going to take Edinburgh.
Yeah.
The Italians are dead because the Turks are convoying to Tunis.
And the Austrians are taking Rome, and
Yeah, so that's why the Italians are dead. Is this some kind of arrangement? That's really.
This has got to be.
I suspect so. So Carl Ellis, I believe, is playing on a second board this round. So my guess is that he just prioritized the other board and stopped paying attention to this board.
Is Evan playing on another board? Or Carl?
Evan, I'm sorry, Evan is who I meant. But I think Carl maybe as well. We'll see. So winter 1905 find some adjustments, which we end.
Spring
so it was an arrangement.
So that the arranged ending here is with David Miller and Doc Binder tied for first place, which is significant. You'll notice, we'll go back here, David Miller's score drops from 73.09 to 65.09. So there is a bonus. The adjustment that Carnage suggested was 300 points per center that the leader has over the second place player. So if two players tie for first, then there is no separation between first and second. So that means they have 65.09. That's 9 points for 9 centers. That ends up being a tiebreaker in the end. Otherwise, doesn't materially affect the score. And so Ed Sullivan's kind of the odd person out here at 5,008. I think if you're Ed, you're probably trying to make an argument that you should be in the draws or be in the shared top as well. I'll turn this over to you guys. Is this the right results? Adam, we'll start with you.
I mean, I would have loved to see the Juggernaut run a little bit more, right? I think they had a lot of play in this game, like I mentioned, almost maybe a year ago, and said this is the kind of game where if they decide to roll this board, there's actually a chance of somebody soloing, and I stand by that, because either Ed's going to have to make a choice whether to help in the north or whether to get his units around in the south, and that's going to make a big difference in this game if it continues. I think it's hard to punch through Germany here, but I think if David had another fleet up there, I think it's probably possible, because he's got the armies to push into the middle. So little disappointed, but on the other hand, it's the first night of the tournament. I've been there myself and taken shared top and, gotten a good score, gotten a, reasonable but not overly powerful score in the first round is something to jump off with. It's a tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I can certainly understand why Doc and David decided to do this.
Yeah, this is actually when you won the tournament up at DibCon. Didn't you start off with a shared top on the Friday night round?
That's right.
So that's a thing. I mean, 6.5. Another way to look at this is you basically get 7 points for winning, and it's really 7,000. But if you wanted to think about it from a mathematical point of view, the 6.5 is pretty good as a way to start off.
All right, we will leave the first board there and move on to the second board, which finds Ian Rudnick, another newish player in Austria, playing out of Boston. In England, we have Jason Bennett from my home state of Maryland, in the town of Laurel. France, Alex Maslow, a longtime Bostonian and longtime face-to-face player. Germany, we have that guy, Jason Masbaum, out of Santa Monica, flying cross-country for Carnage. Italy, Evan Ellis is playing his second board as Italy as well. So that is hard to do, is to play two boards at once as the same power. Russia, we have Craig Mayer flying in from Montana, and Turkey, Karthik Kanith out of California. Let's jump in here and check out some moves. We're going to switch the two of you up. So Adam is going to take 1901, and those moves are these.
All right, we have Alex Maslow, who is a very creative player, going into the English Channel in Picardy. We have the English, interestingly enough, they go up to Northern Norwegian, but send the army to Wales. So it suggests they either sniffed something out or were just trying to send a kind of early defensive message. More traditional opening than we saw in the last game in Germany, going up to Denmark and Ruhr. Italy holding Venice, Rome, moving out to Tyrrhenian Sea. I guess this is two games that we've seen Ellis do kind of the same thing. We'll see if he decides to convoy this time around. Karthik making the move to Armenia this time against Craig, so bouncing Black Sea, but giving Craig some trouble by moving up there and the bouncing Galicia. So a little bit of trouble for Russia, a little bit of trouble for England coming into the fall.
All right, let's move on to fall of 1901.
All right, so this is your Sea Lion opening right here with Alex supporting Jason into the North Sea, thereby piffing that North Sea unit from Jason Bennett, and Jason and Alex each taking 2 centers, with Alex getting into Belgium. Meanwhile, Evan again takes Tunis with the fleet and holds his armies. Bounce again in Galicia this time. But we do have this really interesting move with Ian supporting Carthage into Romania. So it looks like the AT is on. And Craig, we'll see if you can turn this around in 1902.
Carthage likes ATs and ITs, I think maybe even more than he likes RTs. So this doesn't totally surprise me. But as we've talked about on DBN several times, I'm not sure as the Turks you necessarily want to be in Romania. It is cool to deny the Russians that, but it sure does leave you open to Austria changing their mind. And Ian is a good player. He hasn't been around forever, but he's played a lot of tournaments online and face to face in the last 3 years and has a lot of experience. He may decide he can pivot here with an Italy that's somewhat passive.
All right, it'll be interesting to see. Do we get another fleet Trieste? Seems less likely, but alternatively, does Jason Bennett put down 2 armies?
There's got to be some reason he left, killed the fleet. I mean, at least give himself some flexibility to decide what to do. Don't put 2 armies though, Jason. Come on, you don't need 2 armies. You just need 1.
And how many fleets between Alex Maslow and Jason Massbaum do we get? And the answers to all of these questions and more are: we do get a fleet from Jason Bennett, but only 1. And we get 3 fleets out of 4 builds from the FG combined. And elsewhere, we do not get a fleet Trieste. Sad face. 2 armies for Ian Rudnick. Karthik Kanath puts down an army. So that's interesting. That spells possibly IT hopes from Karthik rather than AT.
That is what you would normally think. But you've got an Italian player who's basically hasn't moved his armies. I'm not sure that Karthik wants to throw into that alliance heavy. This may just be a defensive build to put an army in Bulgaria.
Yeah, that's what I'm banking on here. He feels like he doesn't need it. If he feels like Ian is on side, he doesn't need to do that. Let's see what Ian does if he decides to take advantage. But
all right, let's have a look. Spring of 1902. Down to you, David.
Yeah, well, Ian, at least at this point, does not do anything screwy. Doesn't move Greece at all. Which, if you're trying to convince Italy to go west, then you might want to do that as opposed to going to the Ionian with the AT. Otherwise, Trieste and Greece are just not really doing anything. The Turks do take Sevastopol because Craig was moving armies around instead of prioritizing defending Sevastopol. Looking at the west, Norway to Norwegian with the Russians moving right into Norway is an interesting situation. You don't know exactly what that means. London, I guess, was thinking about supporting Norway. Is that what he meant to do? And then he changed his mind. He was going to support Norway into the North Sea and then changed his mind. It looks like is what happened. So that's a mistake. If you're not going to do that, then do something like order to the English Channel so that they can't move the fleets like the French just moved.
Well, I think, tapping the English Channel would have been nice here. I think he's probably going up to Norwegian in case he guesses wrong and Germany convoys straight into Yorkshire in this position. He can support Edinburgh from that position. He's actually now in the fall going to be in a position to actually hold everything, I think, because he can now move Eddie to Liverpool with support of Wales. Oh, Liverpool doesn't need support. So, yeah, why can't he hold London here?
Because Wales can be hit by Irish.
Well, Wales got hit. Yeah.
Actually, there wasn't any way for him to hold London.
No, he can't hold London in this position.
Unless he somehow braced it. We'd have had to brace it and have London come out to North Sea. But
that would have been a nice guess to do it that way. Yeah.
David, tell us about the rest of it.
Otherwise, Denmark is also taking Sweden. That's not irrelevant. Just Germany that's Germany taking 2 centers there. Germany's also helping Craig defend against the AT, as you can see the Silesia support of Warsaw into Galicia. The Italians do decide that it's now time to go east instead of west. So they take a shot at Trieste. Actually, Ian sniffs that out pretty well and bounces Tyrolia and is able to defend. That's where you can defend 2 spots with 1 unit. and also prevents the Italians from moving into the Ionian. This is what I would have hoped that Jason would have done last turn, preventing the French from getting from Brest to the English Channel. You got two fleets. You can't do anything about both of them. At least you can slow one of them down, which is what Ian is doing in the Ionian.
It's a pretty bizarre choice by Evan to both go to the Eastern Med and make this sort of what looks like an attack on Italy as well. I mean, I guess if you feel like the AT is about to come for you, maybe that's the way you do it. But maybe you want to try to get one of them on side if you can.
I think he was just fighting.
I think if he thinks both of them are attached at the hip, maybe this is the way you deal with that, right? Yeah.
But the kicker here is the FG is off to a pretty decent start, and they've already in the Silesia unit intervening there to slow the AT down is significant. You want to be able to intervene on the other side of the board as quickly as possible, like Ed tried to do in the last game. Ed Sullivan tried to do in the last game.
Rough year for Ian Rudnick. None of his pieces actually moved anywhere.
Well, he didn't lose nothing neither.
Nope. All right. Well, I think we'd all want to see Evan Ellis go to Aegean here, right? If he's going to do this rather than Eastern Med.
I also wonder why Ian is not getting a build here and Karthik is getting two. I mean, I think I know why, but that isn't what should be happening, right? So
it's just the tactic.
Karthik's under attack. There's an enemy unit in the Eastern Med. What do you mean?
Karthik tried to support him into Romania, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is not how it should work, though.
All right, let's move forward here. Winter 1902 sees two new fleets from Karthik Khanate. So now we get the expected IT builds. In the north, we get Alex Maslow dropping a fleet, and we get two armies from Jason Massbaum, who do you think Jason is looking east or west here? Yeah, that's my first question here.
He's going whole hog on against Russia here. He's going to take advantage of that. Maybe he's going to take advantage of what Alex has done, but I think he's going to stick with Alex in this game. I mean, Alex just put another fleet down. I mean, he's obviously somewhat. I mean, I guess he could try to walk into Burgundy here. I mean, I guess that is possible, but he's got to know that Spain's going to come up to Gascony. Alex is going to send two fleets south right now, right? So,
David, don't you want another fleet here, though, Jason? Whether you're looking at Russia or England,
I do. Yes, I think that a fleet in Kiel would have been more useful than an army in Kiel. So that makes me wonder what Jason is up to, and it could just be that he built two armies because he thought he needed to pull a bunch of armies into Russia, not thinking about the fact that Kiel army just can't get there anytime soon. You're just better off using the fleet.
All right, let's find out. This is former Diplomat of the Year, DBNI winner of the second Invitational, Jason Massbaum. Spring of 1903, back to you, Adam.
Well, shows what I know. He goes Silesia, supports Silesia down to Bohemia, covers into Silesia, and just sits in Kiel for some reason. Well, that's interesting, certainly. Meanwhile, Alex is indeed setting up to send some fleets to the south. He goes down to Spain and mid-Atlantic so he can go out to Western Med and North Africa next turn. And he's also setting up to try to take Liverpool come fall. Craig is coming out to the Norwegian Sea to help out while Jason drops down from Sweden to Denmark. So clearly Jason and Craig are on the same page here. In the east, again, bounces in Budapest and a whole lot of supports. Karthik coming out into the Aegean Sea to try to advance against Italy. Well, I don't know why Piedmont is holding here rather than supporting Venice to Tyrolia, but that's
or just going to Tyrolia.
We're just going to Tyrolia with support of Venice, but that's what he's doing.
All right, let's push forward into the fall, 1903. Back to you, David. Adam.
Yeah. So Alex takes the sure thing in Liverpool with Jason's help, and Jason puts Craig into Edinburgh, which is a shockingly alliance play for Jason. So nice job, Jason, to give Russia the build here. His armies are coming out of Scandinavia, which means they're going somewhere, which, I mean, I guess he's going to continue maybe he's going to continue working with the Germans to try to push the AT back. I don't really know. He's got to go somewhere at some point to get some adjustments. But In the east, now Austria is up in Tyrolia instead of Italy. Maybe I don't know. Could Italy and Austria have worked something out here? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I think you wouldn't, if Greece is going to Ionian, I don't think that doesn't sound like a workout to me. I'm not sure what it is. I wanted to pause and make a more strategic point about what you do when you're in Germany and you're in an FG and England is about to die. Your choices usually are set yourself up to attack France now and stab them, or go after Russia. And he was set up to go after Russia, and then he backed out. Now, why would you do that? You would do that if you were trying to balance against the AT and keep the Russians from falling. But that is a way to play that. Another way to play that is you go get your pieces of Russia fast and you stop the AT. So the fact that he's made this decision strategically means that his growth right now is going to be slow or non-existent, when it could have been fast if he'd have gone after Russia. It may be the right move, but it's a strategic move that was made there by Jason. And what it really caused was him sort of doing a lot of moving around with units that didn't do anything, with units that were, these armies that were kind of moving around from one place to another. That's not efficient, but efficiency is not the point if you're trying to balance out the AT.
Yeah, and your point is that now his sort of fate is less in his hands than it was before. So
it's
now he has
not in his hands. It's now his fate is in Alex's hands.
And he also has to wait for something in the east to break before he can move forward. Whereas
when you're an FG and you're killing England, France is almost always going to be in a better position to stab you than vice versa. Not always, but often. And so of course you want the French to go to the Mediterranean instead, but you want to, as Germany, you often sometimes have to make the first bold move to really break out of that FG and not be the junior partner.
All right, let's check out Winter 1903, the builds. We got another fleet in the south and another army in Warsaw. And Wales comes off the board. We say thank you for playing, Jason Bennett. And it looks like Italy did not build. So Evan Ellis playing 2 boards. That this was a rebuild. That's rough, man. I mean, with someone playing 2 boards, I think you make an extra effort to make sure that he knows he has a build and gets that in. But unless we see a unit come on the board here in spring of 1904, that is how it is. That's how it was. All right, David, down to you for the play-by-play.
All right, so the French really are disengaging from the west and going south. That's certainly good news to Jason, who by the way puts two units on Edinburgh. So perhaps he's getting ready to make a play here, but he certainly hasn't done it yet. The Russians going into Silesia with support makes you think that Craig didn't think that Jason was just there to support him. That's a move where Craig was expecting Jason to come after him. So it's interesting there. Now, Jason may be coming after him with Edinburgh, or it's hard to tell, but I just think that's interesting. And otherwise, what we really have is the AT is still together, although Romania didn't move to Galicia with Austrian support as Austria was offering. And all the holding support stuff from Carthage is awfully static if you're really going to go after the Russians here. That's awfully static.
I do wonder if Carthage is looking at this and saying, I've got an Italy who's just not doing anything, and so I'll take Italian dots and just hold my own over there until something changes. And, I'm not in any position to lose anything, so why worry about having to feed dots to Austria? I'm also wondering for Mastbaum if he's actually like the supported move to Yorkshire here feels really like a half-baked move against Russia. If you're doing this, why is Kiel not going to Denmark, or why are you not doing other things to potentially put yourself in a position to do something?
All right, David, I was hearing the intimation of maybe Carthage was looking at the red dots here, not the Italian dots, not the green dots. Let's see if that's the case.
Nah. Why do that when you can convoy into Naples?
Evan must have also given up on this game too, not making any orders here. Obviously, no reason not to go to Rome or Naples, and he's just now lost everything except Tunis. So, and maybe these guys knew that. Evan literally may have said, I'm done with this game or something, and that has affected how everybody moved here. Because otherwise, Tyrolia to Venice doesn't really make sense unless he thinks he's getting into Venice somehow. So I think this is some kind of arrangement where they were carving up the Italian dots. Now we'll see what the numbers are here, because Turkey's leaving Sevastopol on purpose. So that, I think that's giving Craig Sevastopol back or something. So there's some kind of arrangement. And in the first round of Carnage, there's often these arranged endings. Because of the scoring system, you can end up with, as we just saw in the last game, you can end up with some scores that are arranged that are not terrible going into round 2. They're not gigantic, but they're not terrible going into round 2. That may be what we're getting ready to see here.
All right, let's push forward here then. It'd be interesting to see what Craig builds in the north here. You know, he pulled that unit in Silesia rather than retreat it. So presumably
it's got to be an army. I don't think you can build a fleet here. I think it's got to be an army.
All right, Army St. Petersburg. Now we get a fleet from Jason Massbaum.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I think Karthik is doing this because he wants Craig to be able to defend against Jason.
To fight Jason.
Yeah, for sure.
Very savvy. All right, let's.
It's a nice play by Karthik. I gotta hand it to him.
Yeah.
There's also 4 French fleets in the Med. I mean, Karthik's got a lot to do here.
And he can do this. This is one of the things that he can do, which is plow in on the red dots, because Ian is out of position and further moves out of position, right? And now he's going to take 2 or I don't know how many of them this turn and next turn. So walks into Serbia, walks into Greece, walks into Apulia, back into the Ionian. Alex Maslow has set up a pretty nice position around Italy, taking Tunis, Tuscany, all that kind of stuff. Up in the north, Jason Massbaum is trying to position to take Norway, but is not going to do it because he waited too long to bring that army up to Scandinavia. And he's really not going to get anything from Russia either because of that. You know, Craig has enough armies up there to defend everything.
But his position going forward is not too terrible. I was a little surprised that Karthik moved in the spring here, but that could end up being the right thing to do.
It'll be interesting to see if this was actually a stab or not. I think that.
Yeah, I don't know, because
do you think he's going to convoy out and something like that? Get
something, because Romania's open. I mean, I don't know why you would move in the spring if you're really trying to stab.
I don't think you'd vacate Black Sea if you were stabbing here. Fall of 1905. Answers are
no. He's taking Ian's dots.
Yeah,
well, it takes 1 here.
It takes 1.
He moves out of Serbia, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Did he just screw up and thought he was bouncing in Romania? I don't know.
I think that's for our benefit here. All right, Adam, talk us through what you see.
Yeah, so Karthik moves Serbia back, but he keeps Greece. Ian, it looks like I'm guessing takes Venice with Karthik's support. So maybe this is all arranged. It's a trade or something. With Jason getting Rome with Alex's support. So there's a whole mess of things here. But you know, the sum of it is that Jason gets nothing in the north from Russia because Craig is in a position to defend. I guess Jason does take Rome, so he is going to be +1. Is he +1, or does he lose Venice here?
Yeah, he loses Venice.
He takes Rome. But he takes Rome.
So he's swapping Rome for Venice, but he can't hold Rome next year anyway. But this may end. I don't know. I mean, this may be just one of those kind of contrived endings. I don't know what the dot count is. Germany is at 7, 9. Now they're not going to give this to Jason for a solo top. This is going to continue.
I would think so, but let me just say, everybody on this board, except for Evan, I think, is a pretty experienced tournament player, which is why you're seeing a lot of deals. You know, this is not some kind of 2 alliances going bam, 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 bam against each other. This is a bunch of deals being made between the various players. And that's how diplomacy works a lot of the times, particularly in this scoring system.
Yeah, there's no way this ends with Jason topping the board with a center down in Rome that he can't hold. You know, folks are not going to be okay with that. So
yeah, and Karthik is somebody who knows scoring systems, so he's going to know that a 5,000 point first round is not great to set yourself up to win a tournament with.
Although it's not terrible at Carnage, it's not terrible. You can win Carnage, and have a 3rd place finish. You know, it's not.
You can, but
it's not a lead base, because it's not a lead base thing where the first player gets the top player gets way more than the other 2. a second and third place can still keep you competitive if that's just your round one score. It doesn't knock you out.
Yeah, the funny thing is that in my mind it works the other way. In that points are hard to come by in a Carnage scoring system. So if you drop points in the first round, it's hard to make up. Like you can't get a big score and overcome a big deficit. So you can't fall
overcome. I don't think you can overcome coming in fourth or fifth. I think you can overcome coming in third. Is my point. And we could go back and look historically. Yeah. But I don't think it's true that in order to win Carnage, you have to have all firsts and seconds.
I'd have to, but I think
more to the point, Karthik has no reason to stop playing here because he can do better, right? So he can get. Oh Jesus. Okay.
Well, he may have thought no, he can't because look at all these French fleets. I mean, it's not like he keeps playing. He gets a hell of a lot of stuff. Sure, he takes stuff from Austria, but what does that mean for Germany? I mean, the Germans are getting we talked about the Germany didn't take anything this year. Yeah, but he's getting ready to take Norway. He's fixing to. So, that may have been the theory is that unless
France gets Rome out of it, maybe. But France doesn't necessarily get Rome out of it. I guess Karthik or Austria could get Rome. I don't know. I feel like the people in second and third place, the people with 7 or 8 centers here, the chances of dropping are much less than their chances of doing a little bit better. And worst case, they do the same. I feel like you play this another year.
If the game continues for, say, 3 or 4 years, who do you like?
Well, a lot of it depends on when and if you see an FG war. If you don't see an FG war, then I like Jason's chances of doing better than Alex, because I think Jason's actually going to make some progress in the north. And I think barring some kind of switch around in the diplomacy, it looks to me like it's going to be just a big fleet fight in the Mediterranean. So it's hard to predict without knowing how the diplomacy in the next 3 years would go. But I think I would say advantage Jason.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to take Norway and St. Petersburg. At some point, he's going to lose Rome. So he's going to be at 9, be +1 at 10. Can anybody else get to 10 on this board?
I mean, if Alex stabs correctly.
Can he stab? He's got.
I think Jason's got the better stab on Alex, doesn't he? I mean,
depends on when all this happens. Jason's still going to be killing Russians for a while. If France gets a build, from taking Rome or something, and then places the build correctly, and then moves to the English Channel, etc. I mean, there are ways you could do it to get the jump on Germany, I think. But I'm with you here. I think Jason's got the advantage.
Yeah.
I think the real question is, can Karthik somehow figure something out here?
Yep. That would be the risk for Jason. Like, he's got a potential monster score if he stabs correctly, but he runs the risk that Karthik can catch him and possibly outrun him. And in Carnage scoring, it's worth. You need 3 or 4 centers of gap between you and the first and second place player to make it worth risking the first place score. It's 300 points per center. So,
well, Masspalm has no reason to vote this down for sure. The question is Karthik or Alex, and maybe Karthik, maybe David. I think David, you're probably right. Karthik is probably looking at this and saying, my route to doing this is if Alex and Jason fight, and they're not going to fight, and so why am I going to keep playing?
I mean, and again, these players generally know each other. Alex is not a big time stabber. He's just not.
No, not at all. He's not at all.
All right. With that, let's put game 2 in the books and head on over to game number 3. This is there are 3 boards per round for all 3 rounds, so we're gonna have 9 boards total tonight. This one finds Jason Bennett playing a second board in Austria out of Laurel. England finds John Bin. France, Scott Richards from Long Island. Germany, Justin Lohr making the trek all the way from LA. In Italy, we've got Russell Weisfeld out of Colorado. So we've got Colorado and Montana represented. So really, truly national lineup here. Russia, Dave Smith out of Connecticut. And Turkey, David Miller out of Olney, also playing 2 boards. So we've had, I think, 3 players playing 2 boards, or 4. That's a lot.
Looks like 3, but it's a lot.
3 players in a 3-board round. All right, let's hit the map here. Switch you guys back up. So David Hood, you are on spring of 1901, and tell us what you see.
By the way, but before we go into that, it's cool that Russell has made his way out to Carnage, player for one of the Armada players in Colorado. That is awesome. It just shows you that people can try to go to other tournaments and they will have a blast. All right, let's look at Spring 1901. Let's see. Dave Smith going north with the Russian army is something I love to do that on occasion, and it's fun to see. The Russians try something new. David Miller has the more traditional opening with two armies moving for the Turks, and the Scott Richards opening of France is unusual, but not sufficiently different. If you're just going to send Gascony to Spain anyway, it doesn't much matter what you're doing here. You're really just putting a guy in Burgundy, and then you're going to put a guy in Spain. But it's a little bit of an unusual way to do it.
The only comment I'll make is, with Dave Smith opening north, generally when you do this, you want to try to avoid having to do that bounce in Galicia, right? And you want to kind of negotiate your way out of that, so you can bring it down to Ukraine and still be able to support a unit into Romania. So,
by the way, I'm sorry, before you reveal, this may be the Lisbon leapfrog also. That's why I moved to Gascony. Sorry. Go ahead.
Which would mean a convoy into Portugal?
Correct. Yeah. I'm sorry, Adam. I just wanted to say that before you showed the news.
All right. Fall 1901. And
it takes both. Okay. Actually, it takes all three.
All
Scott
three.
Richards. Look at you with your fancy 3 builds. Justin moving back to Munich because he was afraid that France wouldn't bother doing that. They might take a shot at Munich instead. Which, when's the last time we saw France take a pot shot at Munich? It's something you don't see that often, but when it works, man, is it devastating. Because it causes the Germans all sorts of problems. I mean, they can kick them back out. It's not the issue. It just slows them down so much. What else do we have? The convoy to Norway. That's obviously not great for the Russians having moved north now that there's an army in Norway to deal with. And what did he do? He bounced so if the Russians move north and they're fighting, that antagonizes. I'd missed the fact that he moved his fleet to Finland.
Yeah.
Okay.
It shouldn't be in Finland. And just a note to Germany here. I think if you're paranoid enough that you think France is going to go to Munich, why are you bouncing Sweden? Because you're going to, if you think France might be an enemy, why do you want to make one out of Russia?
No, that was the point I was getting ready to make. There was a set of articles about 40 years ago about the Russian fleet that was called the Livonian Lunacy and the Finland Fallacy or something like that, about the arguments about not going to Bosnia in spring 1901. There's not any good reason for it. That was somebody being fun 40 years ago. The fleet to Finland just doesn't. There was a theory of the universe that it's blocking the army from Norway to eventually go to Finland and all. It was some kind of theory. This is exactly why this is dangerous. If you're antagonistic with the Germans, now what are you supposed to do? You're in Finland.
Yeah, I've heard people say that's incentive for the Germans to actually bounce you in Sweden because you can't do anything about it. You're stuck all the way in Finland. All right, winter 1901 finds a fleet in Kiel. Interesting from Justin, wants the options. Maybe is sending the army east, or maybe has something else in mind altogether. We do have Scott Richards putting down all 3 units. I think it's in vogue these days for 3-build Francis to wave one, but that did not happen here. In the other interesting build here is the Turk, who puts down an army in Smyrna, which I think makes his anti-Russian intentions very clear.
Is Western triple a 4-letter word? No, it's not a Western triple, I guess. Okay. Good.
Adam, tell us what you say.
How dare you? How dare you say the word Western triple on this broadcast?
No, this looks like an EG, and
I don't. This could be Western triple.
Nah. Nah. I mean, we can't rule it out, but why does North support Holland to Belgium if it's a Western triple? I don't know.
Because what else are you going to do with it?
Maybe it's got nothing else to do. I don't know. I don't think it's a Western triple, but
I'm just looking at the French fleet moves. I mean, the army to Ruhr, Munich to Ruhr, suggests is the real non-Western Tripoli move.
That's a very non-Western Tripoli move, right?
But it's the only one, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Continue, please.
Paris holds is a pretty Western Tripoli move. All right. On the eastern side of the board, we got Warsaw to Silesia. That's kind of exciting. That's not an uncommon reaction to getting bounced out of Sweden. Of course, Russia is still stuck in Finland, bouncing Sweden because they can't go to Baltics, so that's unfortunate. And meanwhile, we've got the Turks supporting themselves up to Armenia, so this certainly looks a lot like Russia is not long, may not be long for this world. Maybe they're trying to make a friend with Jason in Austria by supporting him into Romania, though.
Yeah, I actually have a question in the East whether we're looking at an AIR.
No, I don't think it's an AIR at all. I think it's just Turkey attacking Russia, but Austria does not necessarily seem to be involved. In fact, he attacked Bulgaria that turn, right? And in principle, can try to make a 3-unit attack on it right now. So
I think the A and R are cooperating. I think that is what's happening here. And now Turkey can't take Sev without losing Bulgaria.
All right. The answers are ta-da.
They lose Bulgaria.
They lose Bulgaria, yeah.
But the Russians still get Romania because they can retreat there.
Yeah, that's good for the Russians, though they lose Sev to an army, which is not good. But AIR indeed they take Munich, which is kind of exciting. That's bad news for Justin, who supports himself to Berlin for some reason. Not really clear why he does that. There was definitely a better order set here to try to protect Munich or take Sweden yourself, but that is not what happens. But he does manage to take Belgium by getting stuck there. So these are very Western Tripoli moves. So whatever they were thinking last turn clearly changed into a triple with that Russian move to Silesia and the Austrian move to Bohemia.
This is very peculiar tactically, right? Because Munich was completely safe. So was Berlin. You just cover it from Baltic. It's hard to understand this. And France is the one losing a unit here in order to keep Germany at even. David,
sometimes if you think it's so obvious that it can't be taken, so you don't think they'll take a shot at it, you do this because you want to move your armies around.
Yeah.
So maybe, but it's quite a risk to take in a fall turn.
David, anything from the strategic situation here that you want to comment on?
The Western, if it in fact is now a Western Triple, that's a reaction to the AIR. I don't think that was the plan before they saw the AIR moves in the spring. At least I doubt it was the plan.
That's my read as well.
All right, so both of you are seeing AIR versus Western Triple. As far as units go, Turkey would be the odd person out here in the East, and that means David Miller rebuilds that PIFT unit as a fleet. And we do get a fleet from Russell Weisfeld. So, if it's an AIR here, they did a nice job to get another fleet down for Russell. Although, be interesting to see how he plays the defense here without a fleet in the Ionian. Tunis is takeable, but there could be some repercussions. John Bin puts down a fleet in London, which, if you are in a Western Triple as France, probably not what you want to see. Let's find out the consequences. David, over to you.
And there we go. It's the consequences are, you did what? Said Scott Richards, who then immediately moves west. But Italy doesn't get the memo. Italy continues to go after France, at least theoretically. So we'll see how that goes. The Turks take Romania, killing that Russian fleet, because Dave was prioritizing defending, which you would think he would. That's why David Miller decided this was the way to go. It's very interesting situation there with the English coming in with the fleet, but also being convoyed to Livonia. So now, interestingly, there's basically a Sitzkrieg, though, in Germany, right? I mean, there's no attempt to take Munich. There's no attempt for Munich to leak into Kiel. So that's sort of a Sitzkrieg a little bit. The real thing that changed here was the English fleet build, and that sort of changed the whole dynamics of everything.
Yeah, I wonder why you do this, right? I mean, if you're going to stab France here, why not build Fleet Eddie and just slide into the English Channel, right? I mean, you don't need to support yourself there. And
Fleet Liverpool, you meant, right?
No, Fleet Eddie,
because then you're concealing your intentions.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Go build Fleet Eddie, go north to the English Channel, and if France doesn't sniff it out, they're going to take Tunis or try to take Tunis here, which they could have forced had they not just turned around, right? So you're going to walk right into Brest.
Got it.
So I don't get it personally, but it may have just been kind of John not doing this the more subtle way.
Well, let's be clear about the could have been forced thing. Yes, if only it's forced if you move from Western Mid,
Right.
and if Leon hits Turanian, which means somebody can leak into Western Mid. I mean, it's a spring turn, so yes, it's forcible, but you can understand why France would at this point say, "Well, forget that. I'll say English fleet in London."
But they could have done other things with their fleets than slide 2 of them back. Is I guess my point.
That's very true.
All right. Fall of 1903. Here we go. David, to you.
To me, okay. Moscow to Sev. So there's a lot of interesting changing hands here. Silesia went to Warsaw because they were, I guess, trying to defend against the English. But that really does change everything about the situation around Munich. The Russians really can't do anything now with that Livonia army threatening them. Yes, there's no way to take Brest because there's a French fleet now. And again, if you're John, you're thinking, well, of course he's going to cover Brest. This might be a good time to go to the Mao. And
it's surprising that Spain just held rather than just following into Mao just to protect that situation, right?
It's surprising that all 4 of these units just hold. I love holds to begin with, but I think that Chris probably Scott. I think Scott ran out of time here, maybe. That's about the only explanation for it.
It's a very, very fluid game here, isn't it?
It's fun. It's fun to watch.
Yeah. Winter 1903. Just one adjustment here. John Bin puts down an army in London. I think that was at the expense of the Russians, who didn't have to pull one because they had already had the fleet blown up.
Well, they retook Sev.
Right, which enabled them to not have to pull another unit.
Yeah.
But that also prevented David Miller from putting one down. All right, spring of 1904. Talk us through it, Adam.
Sure. So the English, in this case, guess that they've got to cover Irish Sea, so they do that. The French are sort of taking their best guesses here, and they fortunately guessed right here. They protected Lyon rather than covering the mid-Atlantic, and so but they got bounced out of Irish Sea, so that happens. I'm a little bit surprised by the hold in London rather than moving it to Wales in this particular situation, but really this seems like a diplomatic situation where John should be talking really hard to Scott, because if John really wants to get some dots, he's got more to gain by just dropping into Belgium and convoy to Holland right now than he does from this protracted guessing game against Scott. So I think there's an opportunity for him to do that in the fall. So I'll be interested to see that. Really, Justin has been kind of dabbling around, not doing a whole lot. He's not really holding up the eastern side of the board. So I think that the consequences of taking a couple of his dots here are not really that substantial.
It's very different from the first 2 games where, we saw some strong alliances move quickly and then the game reached an end state, in 1905. This game does not feel like that's happening.
No.
Fall of 1904. Adam, back to you.
Yeah, so he convoys into Belgium here. I'm just surprised he didn't try to take both from this position, because he could have convoyed into Belgium and tried to walk into Holland. And again, this is about having a feel for what you think the other players are doing. Also interesting that that Justin supports Munich into Burgundy here, but doesn't bother to retake Munich. So again, really interesting, and maybe that's just the state of the alliance, and he was willing to make that sacrifice because he knows he's getting a build from Sweden anyway. In the east, it looks like Austria I guess it's not retakes, it takes Romania with Russian help. So David Miller is now becoming persona non grata in this game, with the Italian also dropping into the Eastern Med. David
somehow manages to stay at 4 again.
Yeah, because he gets he's got various build.
He's had a different collection of 4 centers.
Every year.
It strikes me this game in relation to the last 2. This game is much more transactional. You've got much more sort of short-term deals about specific moves and so forth, rather than long-term alliances. A totally legitimate way to play, but a different way to play.
I'm also going to comment now that I'm looking at the West a little bit more carefully. I am guessing that Sweden and Belgium was a swap. And that is not a stab in any shape or form, and that Justin and John are still on board together.
All right, we will find out in 1905. Here are the adjustments in 1904. Once again, John Bin in England is the only one putting a unit down, but it's a rebuild. All right, so here we are. It is 6655543. What a fun game. All right, 1905. Will any alliance manage to not just stay together, but also advance in a way that benefits both parties? Spring of 1905 to you, David.
Well, the Italians actually take Marseille because they have the ability to do that. They got that guy in Burgundy and so forth. I was getting ready to say, John, you build in London. If one of those French fleets leaks in the North Atlantic, you can't cover Liverpool. And that's exactly what's happened. Now, it's cool to convoy into Picardy. Don't get me wrong, but you've been outflanked here by Scott. All right, let's see. Tyrolia to Munich. Who knows? Well, I guess the Turks take Sev back because they're going to lose Bulgaria. David's scrambling the best he can.
He convoys there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
What do you need to protect Turkish home centers for? And we got Ionian to Adriatic. Yeah. Yeah, that's clever.
I mean, there's
nobody next to Trieste anymore.
There's no universe in which that was arranged in the AI, right?
It's hard to imagine, but he does. So the Italians now, I don't know what they're going to hold here in Marseille.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if that's holdable, but then you retreat to Spain. So I mean, it's
so
you're going to get some centers here. You're going to get
a unit, but your unit's in the wrong. It's off.
Now you're losing Munich, but still.
But you're going to get Trieste for Munich's troubles, right? So
I guess.
Do you hold on to Smyrna now, or does Fleet Adriatic make the Austrians switch sides? The answer is fall of 19. Oh, no. Oh, wow.
Nah.
Maybe the fleet was supposed to be parked in Adriatic for some reason. I don't know.
Could the unit have gotten into like Piedmont or Tyrolia? Maybe it was to cover Venice.
If something goofy happened, yeah.
Puglia would have been more of a move, but
all right, David, talk us through fall of 1905.
Well, obviously you can see that the AI is also taking Caen. I'm not sure what happened there with David Miller's orders. He should have ordered to Caen and hit Smyrna. There was no reason for him not to do that.
David's playing two boards, probably just an oversight on his part.
Okay, could be right. Yeah. It is hard to play. It's hard to play one board against a bunch of people who are good like this. It's very hard to play two boards. English take Brest, but of course, as we said earlier, we're going to lose Liverpool. Lots of bouncing over German home centers, which is fun. But yeah, this is just a turn where Russell is all over the place, but he's going to get a couple of builds out of it, right? No, one build.
No, I don't think he's going to get one build. Smyrna and Spain minus.
The person who's getting multiple builds is Jason Bennett.
Yeah.
3+3 here, I believe.
Wow.
That is quite a turn for Jason Bennett.
Really
goes +3. Russell Weisfeld goes +1, his apparent ally. Okay, let's just pause here for a second, because if you're in Jason Bennett's position, you have just opened up a large lead. You probably haven't seen the other games around you drawing, because they draw in the spring of 1906. What do you build here? Do you build two armies and a fleet, three armies, or do you wave one? The fleet obviously is going to be anti-Italian. It would mean you're going for something. What do you do here if you are Jason Bennett to hold on to this lead?
No question, three armies.
I agree entirely. And if you wave, then don't wave. Don't wave.
No way. If I'm going to attack Italy, I want to have the armies. If I'm going to not, and I'll build a fleet next year. No way.
Do you attack Italy?
If I think that I can hold on to my lead without attacking Italy, probably not yet. I think I want to try to advance some more units into the Russian area and, try to secure Ankara or the Black Sea first. So maybe not this year.
All right. Austrian fleet in the Black Sea.
Some of it depends on if I knew about Adriatic or if I can figure what Adriatic is doing.
Yeah.
If I didn't know about it and I can't figure out what Russell's doing, then I may be tempted to attack.
I mean, Italy is so spread out right now that maybe this is the time to do it. I don't know. I don't want to, I like the fact that Italy is causing problems on other sides of the board in all kinds of theaters, and maybe if I'm communicating well with Italy, then those units are I'm able to influence those units, and I don't want to lose that influence by attacking them, right? So it would depend a lot on how my negotiations were going, right? Because this is a great opportunity for Jason if he is influencing what Russell's doing with those units out towards France and out, up elsewhere. So because I don't think that Italy's position is likely to get more compacted in the next year. So I feel like that window is still going to be open for me. 1907.
For me, it actually might depend on which 2 units the Turks remove.
Yeah,
because that'll help as Jason exactly what your options are other than attacking Italy.
Yeah, that was actually my thought as well. If that fleet Black Sea goes away,
man,
your Austrian dreams can expand.
And let's be honest, it might, because there's an argument for Miller that he needs to keep the 2 armies and deal with and try to survive in Moscow or something.
Yeah.
All right, winter 1905 feels like a consequential turn, and the answer is ooh.
Sure.
Well, but that fleet Syria is potentially interesting for you. But too bad Black Sea is still there. All right, so we do get 3 armies from Jason Bennett. Elsewhere, we get Baltic coming off the board and Fleet Liverpool coming off the board. So France picking some poison there. All right, let's move forward here. We do not get we get our first game going into 1906. Spring moves. Down to you, Adam.
Yep. So Adriatic goes to Venice, which is always a great place for a fleet to be. So, but Venice is going out to Piedmont so that the Italians can continue their fight against the French, and they do that. They take Marseille, lose Spain in the process, but I think they probably have some shot at retaking Spain in the fall. Meanwhile, Jason is up in Bohemia, gives Khan to the Italians while taking Ankh and Sev for themselves. I don't know about Syria holding. I'm surprised it didn't go out to the Eastern Med, but now he's got to give
it up. David's out.
David's out. He's playing a different game, but maybe he's just gonna not submit orders at this point. But yeah, I mean, this is great set of orders for Jason. Up in the north, not a whole lot happening. England is getting their units more in position to try to take Paris in the fall, and Justin is really not doing a whole lot.
Yeah, right. Justin's being sort of passive, and maybe he doesn't think he has any choice.
It's a little disappointing from Justin, right? Hasn't been getting in position to try to regrow here and reassert himself in the game. Maybe just playing a bit too passively in his first East Coast face-to-face game.
Yeah, could drop Holland back to Kiel. Could have dropped Holland back to Kiel, right, to try to make a better play on Munich.
Man, he was worried about the English taking it. I mean, he was just being passive there.
Fall of 1906. What do we got, Mr. Silverman?
Yeah, I mean, he pulls back to Kiel now while the English take Paris. The Italians don't succeed in taking Spain, but that's okay because they get up into Silesia. They're in Sev. They're in Ukraine. All kinds of good stuff for Jason. I think he's racing with England a little bit, but I think it's probably Jason's game to lose at this point.
Russell actually just kind of messed up there. Burgundy was supposed to go to hit Gascony.
Why did Burgundy not hit Gascony? That's a very good point.
It doesn't really make sense. I think that might have just been a mistake on his part.
Yeah, didn't have time to get the order in.
But let me make another quick point here. Sometimes the little things may not seem like they matter, but David Miller not doing anything to defend himself could really matter in this game. It really allowed Austria to move faster than they should have. And sometimes you can diplomatically get people to do that. I've done that before. If you're really nice to somebody and they're on their way out, sometimes they'll just let you take their stuff.
Yeah, if you have treated them with respect while fighting with them, that can serve. It's not only a nice thing to do, and it makes the game more pleasant, and also enables you to forge a real human connection with someone, which is really the reason why we're doing this. It also can benefit you in the game because they're more likely to help you.
Yep.
I think my favorite move this turn is Serbia to Bulgaria. that puts Jason in the driver's seat, as this alliance continues, if it continues. All right, winter 1906, get a handful of new units. We get Fleet Rome. That's what my eye is drawn to, which, Russell Weisfeld is very happy to continue the AI. That's what that says. Jason has the luxury of, only having one place to put a unit down, and it can really do kind of whatever he wants. All right, let's push forward here. Elsewhere we get another army from John Bin, and we say goodbye to David Miller. Thank you for playing.
It's game over. I was going to expect the game to end here, just because it's late and everybody looking at this board says Jason is going to run away with this. There's nothing we can do about it, and it's just that's an inevitable result. If I'm Jason, I'm probably going to end it also because I don't want to play all night. But I'm also counting dots, and not out of the realm of possibility. With Warsaw and Moscow, Khan and Smyrna, some Italian centers. I mean, 18 is not out of the realm of possibility given what's happening on the other side of the board in this game. But I totally appreciate on a Friday night round wanting to get some sleep with a very strong board top ending your first game.
Yeah, and it looks like Justin is finally getting in position to take back Munich. So, your ability to stay across the line, unless you get a lot of cooperation from Russell, which is possible. Right. David, you like this game ending here, or would you have wanted?
I think it's the right answer. Once Italy builds Fleet Rome, it's not like either Italy's not going to attack Austria, and so you can't stop Austria, or Austria is going to jump on Italy, in which case you can't stop Austria. So you might as well end the game.
Okay, so this is now a 3-center lone top for Jason Bennett, which with that bonus, 300 points per center over the second place player, takes the score to 79-10. That is definitely the biggest score of the three boards. Here is how the standings look after the first round. No surprise, Jason Bennett is on top. The other Jason, Massbaum, is in second place. So that Jason on Jason war that we saw in round two, in the second game, didn't matter. The two end up in first place. Going into round two, elsewhere we have David Miller, Doc Binder, rounding out that top four. All right. Let's just dive right in to board one in round two. And Adam, you wanted a quick break, yeah? We'll see.
Yeah, I'll be back shortly.
All right, here we go then into round two, board one. We have Doc Binder, that tied for third place in Austria. Ian Rudnick in England. Robert Roos making his tournament debut. Robert is usually operates as assistant TD for Carnage, I think. One of the helps organize. So he's probably not playing for score here. He is in France, playing next to John Bin in Germany, Dave Smith in Italy, Hunter Catcher back in action as Russia here, and Craig Mayer in Turkey. Were the two of them Austria and Russia in one of the games?
I can't remember exactly. I know Hunter was Austria. I can't remember if Craig was Russia in that game or not.
And Craig was Russia, but I don't remember if he was Russia in that game. All right, well, let's keep going here. Spring of 1901. Here are the orders. Tell us what you see.
So Robert also does the same French opening, which can sometimes be the precursor to convoying to Portugal. We'll see what if he does it this turn. Otherwise, we have our first sight tonight of two openings that we have seen a lot recently. The Italians going to Trieste is probably a loan of Trieste because it's not followed up with an army to Venice, and the Turks doing the thing where they bounce in Black Sea and don't move Smyrna out, which has the same functionality as holding in Smyrna. I think that's the first time we've seen those two openings tonight, but also very standard openings these days.
We have a little helpful commentary from Stephen Hogue. Hunter was Austria in the game where RT was David Miller and Doc Binder. So thank you for that, Mr. Hogue. All right. Yeah, let's push forward here. I think, by the way, that we'd only see the Lisbon leap here if Robert was pretty sure he was going to get Belgium. Otherwise, I think we typically only see it if there's another army next to Spain in order to take Spain and Portugal at the same time. So you get to call it out.
And that's exactly what happens. Otherwise, the English take Belgium. Looking to see if there's anything of note here. The fact that nobody went to Galicia is of note. between Austria and Russia in terms of alliance, of potential alliance structure. The bouncing of Romania is particularly of note. You've always got a choice as the Russians, whether you prioritize supporting yourself to Romania or going to the Black Sea. They decided to do that, perhaps a mistake, because the Turks were not going to the Black Sea. So an interesting choice that Hunter has made here has basically cost him the ability to take Romania in the fall turn.
I wonder, though, what I sometimes do in a situation like what Craig's in is I might go to Russia and say, look, I need to go to Khan here because I'm probably going to have a fleet in Aegean, but I'm still going to send Bulgaria to Romania to make sure that you take Romania with the army. Maybe Craig didn't say that, but thought it. Or maybe he said it and Hunter said, you know what? I want to be in Black Sea and I'm getting Sweden.
I guess, but I would still support myself to Romania in that situation, maintain my relationship with Turkey, and then jump in the Black Sea in the spring if I want.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting choice. But as you pointed out, you often see the Italian fleet going into the Aegean. Didn't happen here. Dave decided to convoy to Tunis instead.
Yep. All right, so let's move ahead here and see how the builds end up. We get lots of fleets in the south, 2 from Dave Smith in Italy, and 1 from Craig Mayer.
Come on, Robert. You don't build 2 armies. You don't.
I hadn't looked over there yet.
You don't do that.
David,
No.
what's wrong with building 2 armies?
It gives you no flexibility whatsoever. Your army breast really doesn't have anywhere to go. Yes, it's extremely defensible, but who cares about defense? Defense wins championships in the NFL. Offense wins championships in diplomacy.
Yeah, I think if you're going to do this, I think there are probably some limited circumstances in which I would do it, and that would always include having a very, very good relationship with England and a lot of faith that they will do not only what they say, but what they say are things that are good for me. Fleet London would not be one of those things.
No, and even under all those circumstances, you still shouldn't do it. It's just too limiting. It's too limiting. Limit your options to basically 0.
Yeah, I agree. And also, Belgium is the only dot that he's in position to take. So this would only work if England is willing to take Holland and allow you to take Belgium from behind. All right, let's move forward here and see how things evolve. And I'll let you keep doing play by play.
I mean, you build the army in Brest, and you still can't do what you want to do because you think you got to support yourself to Picardy. No, you're going to lose Burgundy. It's just bad. Now, maybe Robert built the armies because he knew that EG was coming, and he thought that armies would be more defensible. But even then, you build a fleet so you can block English Channel or try to block English Channel. I don't know. It doesn't matter. The Germans are coming. The Germans are coming. The Germans are coming. They're in Burgundy. The English, on the other hand, are coming, but they're also coming for Hunter, having already moved to St. Pete, and they convoy their army to Norway. So fast-moving EG here. The Russians in the east have Austrian help into Romania. They've supported themselves to Armenia. This, I guess, is an AIR to try to take out Craig Mayer's Turkey. So they take Bulgaria. The Italian follows into Serbia. Presumably now Vienna is going to take Trieste behind him. We'll see in a minute. But the Italians going into Eastern Med is pretty obvious here. It's an air to try to kill the Turks. So a fast-moving EG against what they hope is a fast-moving AIR of killing Turkey. This could be a race to the line here, depending on who finishes their business first.
It's interesting. We sort of poo-pooed the move to Black Sea a little bit, but it's put Hunter in position to move very quickly on Russia, on Turkey here. And, he's given up completely on the north, which isn't a bad idea, in my opinion. Like, if it's a lost cause, then put your firepower where it can generate dots and maybe let you stay up.
I did poo-poo it, and I poo-pooed it because I just like having options after 1901, and that didn't really give him any options except to be adverse to Turkey. But fine, once you're in there, you might as well go all in, and that you're right. It does allow him to take a shot at Armenia and get it. And now, there is no way to stop our Ankara from being taken, right? Because of the way the Turks moved.
Khan is there, but if Bulgaria taps
I forgot about the retreat. Sorry, I forgot about the retreat from Khan.
No, but I think what the point you're making here, which is a really good one, is that if you limit your options, it actually is okay if the option ends up being a good one, the one that you're limited to, right? Like the reason you don't want to limit your options is because you can't tell in advance whether which one is going to be the best one. But if it ends up working out, it ends up working out just fine. So, all right, fall 1902. Talk us through it.
She does take Ankara because Turkey basically self-destructs. Craig may have just gotten mad and said, "Fine, you have fun with you guys trying to figure out who's going to do what after I'm gone."
He actually,
my guess is that
convoys.
I mean, he's the one that convoys a guy into his center. So Craig has just said, "Well, screw this. I'm going to unbalance. I'm just getting out of here. I'm going to do something else." Vienna does go to Trieste. So it looks like the AI tried to take Romania. So perhaps knowing that Craig was throwing in the towel, the question is, what do they do next? And the answer might be go after the Russians, go after Hunter, who's already lost the north here. In the what's going on with France department, they do bounce Brest without losing Picardy, which is a decent guess that Robert has made, and he's gone to the Irish Sea. So if you've only got one fleet, that's kind of fun. Of course, because you've only got one fleet, the mid-Atlantic is wide open.
Yeah. And England's getting a build here, so that fleet Irish not going to do a whole lot. So EG have advanced here. Russia is getting a rebuild, stayed even, but blew up the fleet. So getting a rebuild. He's got a fleet in St. Petersburg, right? He's given up on the north in a way that doesn't that allows him to ignore it going forward. For the moment anyway.
Where's Norway going though?
Right. So if Norway moves into St. Petersburg, then that calculus changes. All right. Let's find out some builds here. We get an army in Rome. Is that surprising, Mr. Hood?
I guess that's a convoy army. That's what Dave's going to convoy it into Smyrna or something. I don't know.
Or it's there to cover Venice, but not be threatening.
Perhaps. Yeah, perhaps.
Craig Mayer. I'm interested to see if Craig ends up playing two boards here. So we'll find out. Maybe just gave up on this game. We do get a fleet in Liverpool and an army in Belgium. Interesting. All right, let's move forward. Orders.
You can't build in Belgium, right?
I'm sorry, Berlin.
You mean Berlin?
I'm at Berlin. Yeah.
I knew that's what you meant, but I was having fun anyway.
It's already getting late.
I think maybe Silverman's back. He can join us now.
Oh yeah.
Back. All right. So the English convoy their army home to Yorkshire, which is a thing to do when you're worried about defending against one lone French fleet. Instead of going to anywhere, I mean, basically they're leaving the Russians alone. Now, I'm not sure what the Germans are going to say about that because they're going to go to Baltic and Silesia and Tyrolia. So they're not leaving the East alone, even though they're losing Burgundy too. I mean, one thing about having 4 French armies, it does prevent you from getting into France by land. 1 if by land, 2 if by sea. The problem is 2 if by sea is getting ready to happen. That's the problem.
Yeah, maybe if I'm England, if I know that Austria is about to jump on Russia, maybe I play this a little bit differently, right? Because I want my piece before Austria gets it all.
Well, Germany clearly going down here to help out Russia against the AI. Fall of 1903. David.
Whoa, that didn't last long.
No, it didn't last long. He lost Silesia, but he does help the Italians into Trieste. So that's another thing you could do is unhinge the AI alliance by supporting one against the other. And the Italians take Bulgaria. Yeah. And by the way, the Italians had taken Smyrna. And because Craig was mad at Hunter and therefore, took Italian support last turn into Ankara. So this has been a very interesting who also takes Spain South Coast. Just total awesome sauce all the way around. Now, Ian does put his armies now into Picardy, Belgium. So, I mean, EG's trying to figure out a way to make progress against the 4-army France. But, when you got a 4-army France, where you're going to get benefit is in the water. So I think I would have gone ahead and taken Mao with support there instead of bothering about supporting into Picardy. That's the way I see it. Just go ahead and push where your advantage is, which is in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless he thought West was going to support Mid-Atlantic. I'm not sure. Maybe West should have supported Mid-Atlantic because, unlike Russia, Italy can only build 3 units in 1 year, not 4.
But let's just point out that it's 1903 and we have a 10 center Italy.
Yeah, it's what we say in the country. It's purdy. It's
Yeah.
awful purdy.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that this is gonna last that long for Dave, but it's fun while it lasts.
But this is a strategic miscalculation to weaken France, right? Who is doing nothing but holding up.
Yeah, I don't see
Oh,
why.
here comes Mr. Balance of Power. Balance of Power. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going, Balance of Power, boy. Keep going. Keep going.
2 armies. All right. So yeah. What do you like that second army build, at least in Rome? I feel like maybe put it in Naples and convoy it if that's what you're gonna do.
To be honest, I would have built 2 fleets, so I
would've.
refuse to answer your question.
Yeah,
I would have built.
too.
You would put one in Venice, right?
I would not have put one in Venice. I don't know who in the right mind, although I'm sure we've seen it happen. But I probably would have built fleets there. I'm not sure I would have. Maybe I would have built 2 armies. I don't know. Maybe.
I think I would have built 2 fleets because I would have been looking west and seeing.
That was my thinking. Yeah, that's the giant sucking sound here is in the west, where there is a vacuum of space in the mid-Atlantic. That's now filled by the English, by the way. Adam, I'm going to shut up and let you do play-by-play.
Let's hear it, Adam.
Well, the IG is still cooperating, which is really good news for Dave Smith because rather than losing some centers, he puts the Germans into Vienna. And, if you're Italy and you're working with Germany against Austria, that's a good position because I think that Germany knows he's not going to hold it without your help and you're not going to hold what you got without their help. They do lose Bulgaria to the AR, though, but of course the retreat goes right into Greece. In the north, the English, now that they made it into Picardy, they don't do anything with that unit, which is interesting. Maybe you would have liked to see like Belgium go to Burgundy or something like that from this position, right? But unfortunately, they just kind of play a little bit more passively. Bothnia goes back to Baltic, which is a nice alliance play for the EG, and St. Petersburg goes back to Norway because there's nothing up there to do it, and that's more flexible. So, yeah.
Maybe Ian is saying to Robert, all right, fine, I'm going to leave you alone so that you can go back and take Spain back, etc. Which, again, doesn't do a whole lot of good if you can just be retreated to Portugal. But I guess the English can go to Portugal now.
Yeah, but if you're England, like, do you really want Robert to get another unit? I mean, why not?
I kill Robert every day of the week. Every single day of the week would I kill Robert Bruce.
Okay, right?
Nothing personal, Robert.
Nothing
or maybe.
personal, Robert, but you're dead, man. You're dead to me.
All right. What I want to see, to be honest, is whether, and I don't think this is going to happen just based on the way he's playing, but the opportunity is there for Ankara to slip into Smyrna here and pick up a build.
I don't think so.
I know. But the opportunity is there, and the answer is yes.
No!
Why wouldn't you? Why would you not try it?
Craig Mayer, that is awesome. That is completely awesome. The Austrians, by the way, are taking taking Vienna back from the Germans with support of the erstwhile Italian friends.
This I think is a mistake on Dave's part. I mean, why do you not want to continue working with the Germans here? I don't get it. Do you see a reason why you switch back?
Well, your friend is England, and you and England have a deal where England's now going to cut Germany out of the deal. That's why.
Oh, but you don't want England. You don't want England to be unfettered, right?
Oh, you want Germany to be.
That, but if Dave was playing balance of power politics, he wouldn't have played this game the way he's played up to now. He's playing, I'm going to be the big boy, and I'm going to outrace Ian to get to the top. That's the game he's playing. It's a different game than playing balance of power. So he's going to try to keep Ian on side and somehow maneuver it where he's going to do better, not knowing that Craig Mayer was going to stab him in the.
So Ian is now picking up 3. Wow, Italy is still building 2 because they had 1 piff and they still picked up a dot. They're at 11.
No, they had a wave, or not a wave, but they
had the extra build and
excess capacity.
This is really interesting. I am just hoping this game goes on for a while because this is so interesting.
Yeah, this is fun. It's now it's not clear who has the advantage, but it's definitely definitely a race.
Advantage Craig Mayer because he just doubled his center count.
Yes.
And more importantly, surprised the hell out of me.
Put down a
way to go,
a
Craig.
fleet. I love
It's
that
a fleet.
A fleet.
I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean.
If nothing else, it means hunter catcher. I'm not happy with you. That it's going to black here, right? Black to.
Yeah, I wonder now if this was a stab at all. Dave said, "Why don't you take Smyrna and build a fleet?" So,
yeah. All right, from Dave Smith.
Having fun with this game. This is a fun
good.
game.
That's good. We get a fleet and another army. Interesting. Again, the army. I mean, maybe this is going to head up to Venice to Piedmont, Rome to Venice. Interesting. I kind of like the strategy, but yeah, he definitely needs another fleet out west. So, and then we get 2 fleets and an army from England. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
I believe so. Yes.
Yep.
All right, and we have some poison picking from Germany, who had 2 armies on an adventure in the east.
What is really going to be interesting to me is to find out who Robert Roos is more angry at. Is it England or is it Italy? And that's going to make a big difference in terms of what
he just got rid of Brest. That might answer the question.
It certainly is a hint, right?
Yeah. Although, he could have supported Marseille here and he didn't. So I don't know if that was a misorder. Or maybe Gascony was supporting Brest and it wasn't recorded because it wasn't.
That would be my guess. Yeah, that would be my guess. Yeah, because Robert's not likely to let those guys hold like that. He probably just
not on purpose. Yeah. All right, let's push into spring 1905. This is back to you, David.
All right, so Robert does take Marseille back as to what was to be expected. The Italians, interestingly, have taken Mao.
They take it from Spain. Wow.
Yeah, because they self-bounced, they bounced the English in Spain. That's actually a pretty good move, or at least theoretically. It might slow the English down a little bit. I guess took it because the English were just moving to North Africa. For a minute, I thought they were being dislodged, but they actually just moved to North Africa.
But Marseille is pulled here rather than retreated.
I'm not sure why you ever do that.
No, you go to Piedmont.
Why not just go ahead and put the guy, unless he's making some kind of diplomatic play by not retreating it.
It's hard to figure.
Look at the east though. We're very Craig really does do exactly what we just said. And go after Hunter. Oh, the game of diplomacy can be so much fun sometimes.
Aegean to Khan's interesting here. I mean, I guess this is
you had to cut off the retreat. You had to cut off the retreat.
Oh, you're right. I guess I was thinking this might be a bit of a power move by Dave Smith, who wants.
Do you think Ian just got a little too clever here, right? Why in going to North Africa, right? It's just a little too clever. I think just doing the logical, the normal thing and supporting yourself into Spain, or even just staying in or tapping Gascony. Well, you don't want to tap Gascony, but just staying in mid-Atlantic or supporting Portugal, Spain, or something like that is probably the better play here, because you're now stranded in North Africa with not a whole lot to do there except support it back out to Mao.
Yeah, and your big problem right now is that you can't retake Mao without allowing a retreat to like Irish Sea or something, which is just uncomfortable unless you can get a build. Unless you got a build coming here. Yeah. All right, let's see what happens in fall of 1905. And David, we're still on.
You can get a build if you take Brest.
And
maybe the French don't care because they're taking Spain also, in addition to taking Marseille. So quite a move. Italians take Vienna. That matters. Now they're also putting the Austrians into Munich. So maybe this is all a grand scheme. Craig Mayer is building again. So now I don't know how much longer this fun is going to last, but it's lasted this far.
Is this a mistake by Dave Smith to let Craig get another build?
I don't know how he was going to prevent it. Really, I guess he could have just gone ahead and taken Ankara or something.
He could have tapped Black Sea or taken Ankara or Smyrna, right?
Yeah,
I guess so. I don't know. If you've got Craig that's on tilt and just it might be fun. Maybe Craig's going to build army Ankara and convoy it into Sev and all that. Who knows? Promise him he's going to live in Russia.
You take Ankara here and put 2 fleets on black, right, and take it. I mean, that's the that's the route that you put yourself in total control over there.
It all depends on how much he really wants to enable Craig to put armies into Russia. I don't
But
know.
the reality is now we have advantage Ian, I think, right? Because now Dave is down one.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that the whole thing about the French taking Marseille and Spain this turn, I'm not sure if that really needed to happen. I'd have to go back and look at the tactics.
Well, Piedmont,
when you lost your guy you got that Piff and Piedmont. That just
no, you take Piedmont, and then if you retreat to Piedmont, you cut Marseille and bounce Spain in the fall, right? Unless the English support him.
This did not need to happen, and so that's a real boo-boo.
It's a real mistake. Yeah. Now suddenly Ian's positioning, North Africa, not so much of a problem. I think what you should probably be doing here, if you're Dave Smith, is blowing up this fleet in North Africa and just pulling back. But yeah, I think Ian, I'm with you guys. Ian is in great position here. Builds 2 fleets now. His defensive position is secure. Doesn't have to worry about squirrely fleets popping around. Craig Mayer puts down an army, so I think you're right. Question for me between Dave Smith and Doc Binder is, was there a stab there, or was Doc Binder okay with him taking Vienna? Let's find out. Spring of 1906. Down to you, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, this is Dave has taken the rest of the Austrian centers here, right? So whether Doc is okay with this, I mean, it's possible that he is, but I sort of doubt it. But Craig is playing with Dave, it seems like, right? Because he's going out to Ukraine and doing that whole thing. In the north, Ian is now forcing the mid-Atlantic, and Dave does the right thing in terms of pulling back to destroy that English fleet that got around the Med. So that's good for him. But Ian's going to be in a pretty good position right here to continue advancing. I don't think that there's maybe there's a line with France and Italy in the south at this point, because Tyrrhenian Sea goes up to Lyon, and I think that probably does lock the rest of it.
All right,
so we're going to put Austria in Warsaw, I guess is the theory.
Or
are they going to put Craig into Moscow?
Well, John, Ian actually participated in that, which is a little weird.
Yeah, not clear why Ian would want to put Craig ahead instead of just supporting Hunter there. And they also put Austria into Berlin, and he actually keeps Munich because there's a bounce in Munich. Robert doesn't seem to be that concerned about England taking his dots because he loses Paris. And again, I think this is just, he's supporting Marseille, which didn't need support. So he could have supported Spain. He could have tapped Paris. So that's a choice that Robert made here.
This is fascinating with, England and Italy kind of running both sides of the board and just growing and growing and growing.
and playing the small fry, figuring out how to play with the smaller powers. We were talking about this earlier tonight.
Okay, hold on. So now we have a 14-13. Does anyone have a shot at 18 in this board? Let's talk about this calculation now, because we don't get the opportunity to do that. And they're both re-racking, right? We've got a +4 England and a +3 Italy. So where do we go from here if you're either of these powers? And how do you approach this kind of crazy end game that is probably a legitimate race at this point, right?
Well, it goes back to the old issue of where the stalemate line is, and where is number 18 versus where is number 17. If you're somehow you're England and you take Berlin and Munich, and you're at 16, what else do you take? And maybe Marseille. I mean, as with almost every situation like this, it really depends on what the smaller powers do. And how you can talk to the small.
I can't see Ian getting to 18 in this board because I think he did all the right things in building all the fleets he did, but I think that he's not going to have the armies he needs to get a unit across the middle, right? He's never going to get Moscow. He's never going to get Warsaw. I'm not sure he's going to get Munich in this game. So he's looking at maybe taking Berlin, and I don't think he should be able to take Marseille, right?
Well, let's see what the little guys remove here. This could really matter.
Yeah, I think it's Craig. I think Craig is the only one. Craig is the one who could produce a solo here by.
But it's to Dave, not to Ian. I don't see how. I mean, I guess Ian can put down a bunch of armies right
I think
now.
Ian should be just building armies.
Then whoever might have a shot at this, it's going to take a while. I mean, you'd have to play pretty much into the night, which is totally doable for some of these players. They're willing to do it.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course, it's 3 armies. Yeah.
Yeah, and remember though, this is a morning round game from earlier today, so
Yeah, they got time. They got time.
Yeah, but they also
the next morning. Yeah,
they also have another round to play in the evening, so this game is less likely to go long. Although it gets into spring 1907 here, so let's keep going here.
Yeah, let's do it.
David.
All right, so the Italians take Marseille. I'm looking to see where there's movement. Putting the Austrians into Munich. The Turks are trying to live here. They're not trying to throw the Italians. They're actually putting the Russians in Warsaw. I don't know. I mean, what's happening here is people are moving to the line, and the Italians are moving towards taking out Ankara. That's what's happening.
Oof, the Italians taking black is huge here, though, because that means Craig is no longer.
This has got to be arranged. I have to say.
I would have thought so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Not if you're playing. I mean, we're looking at. I mean, Ankh, Sev, Moscow, Warsaw, Marseille. That's
Warsaw,
dude.
Yeah, no, he needs to be able to get Warsaw and Moscow, and hold on to Marseille, which is not guaranteed actually. No. Well, it helps. Yeah. Okay. Let's move forward here.
Yeah, they did take this. They're
enough for 18.
Didn't take Ankara, and they could have. So.
Yeah. So my suspicion is this game is going to end here, which would be curious.
14-14.
Army Venice, no way, man.
All right. Does Dave Smith with Ankara in hand take this draw here? He does.
You know, unlike some systems where 14, you tie at 14, you both have a monster.
Yeah.
It's a good score, but it's not
a good score, but it's not a monster score.
It's a fine score. It's not even that much bigger. It's hardly bigger at all from a 9-9 share.
Because in Carnage the center count is just a tiebreaker. It's not much, except for now they've made that one modification. But other than that, it's mostly a tiebreaker unless you're way ahead.
Dave Smith can take Warsaw and Moscow in this game, assuming that Doc is going to be sitting in Munich and Berlin to hold those centers. He can slide up to Silesia and Galicia right now. Ukraine taps Moscow, Warsaw goes, and then it's just rearranging the armies to take.
But let's be clear. If he was interested in doing that, he would have taken out Ankara in the fall tournament. He didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't interested in doing it. So
it would be a race at that point to get Warsaw and Moscow before Ian could get armies over into Prussia and Livonia.
And before you have to eat a meal and get ready to play the night round.
Yep. And, Dave didn't have a great score first round, so, he's not in contention, but the solo would be the way to do it, but maybe he's not, looking to win the tournament. Maybe it's just not his mindset.
Saturday morning is the round to do it, but when the opportunity's there. But, this is a great game. Ian and Dave played fantastic.
They both played so well.
Yeah.
Let's not get called up.
We don't get to see these two side of the board races so much. What a pleasure! What an entertaining game, and what great play. I mean, I can't.
Yeah, let's not get too caught up in the solo watch question.
No,
they just played so well, both of them did.
No.
Yeah, and a really chaotic game too, right? Like they both figured out a way in a game that was a bit of a blender to get an alliance structure that would enable to propel them to do bigger things, and they both did it and happened to do it in just the right way that they were balanced.
Okay, and let's not lose sight of the fact that in this scoring system, Craig Mayer gets a very reasonable third place score with his 3-center turkey.
5,000 points. Yeah.
I mean, how can you say enough about Craig, who fought it out from one center in this game and comes in third place with a very respectable end game? I mean,
do I have to say any more about Craig? Honestly, I feel like the man can't even spell his last name correctly. Let's move
or pronounce it correctly. Jeez.
Or pronounce it correctly. That's right.
What continent are we on?
Round 2. Are we still saying Craig Mayer when we know it's Craig Meyer? Are we still doing that? We are doing that. It's Craig Meyer. Sorry,
I
guys.
might have forgotten that you issued that correction. All right,
I
Craig,
forgot.
you are forever and always our favorite Craig Meyer, whatever in the hobby. We love you, man. Round 2, board 2 finds David Miller in Austria. Kind of feels like he's on every board. In England, we have Justin Lohr playing 2 boards this round, so that's good to know now in retrospect. In England, France, we have Jason Massbaum, second place in the tournament. Germany, Alex Maslow. Hard not to remember that the two of them were France and Germany in round 1, just the other way around, and had a very profitable alliance. Italy, Scott Richards. Russia, Hunter Catcher. And Turkey, Carl Ellis. Let's dive in here and check out some moves. We're going to switch the two of you up. So, Adam, you are on 1901. Here are the moves. Tell us what you see.
A fairly unremarkable spring 1901. I think the most unusual move I think on this board is that Rome to Tuscany order, which probably shouldn't read too much into that, not knowing what the negotiations were. But otherwise, we see the usual bounces in black in Galicia, nothing in the English Channel or Burgundy. So let's enough said there.
Should point out that Hunter Catcher is playing his second game this round as Russia, right?
Yeah, I think there's so many people playing 2 boards. It's hard to keep track in this tournament.
Because he was Russia just now to Craig Meyer's Turkey, right?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot more to remark on in terms of full 1901. So let's start in the West, where Justin Lohr goes to the Barents Sea and convoys to Norway. So rather than taking a shot, it looks all Western. Well, it looks Western Tripoli, except there's no bounce in Sweden. But giving Germany both of the Low Countries without any contention there is certainly interesting. Along with France moving down to the Western Med and putting both armies into Iberia. So that's really quite interesting and unusual. The Italians, who I guess I didn't comment, went to the Tyrrhenian Sea in Tuscany. I guess that was to convoy Tuscany into Tunis. So they're setting up in this aggressive way, which may have led to Justin moving in the way he did. In the eastern part of the board, we have the very unusual Warsaw to Prussia. Don't see that a lot in fall 1901, along with Russia putting the fleet into Sev, while Karl in Turkey goes to the Black Sea and moves Khan back to Ankara, which certainly is not terribly friendly to the Russian.
David, can you help us? I just want to know if you can make sense of the East. But please talk about the West first, if you'd rather.
No. The way to make sense of the East is to talk about the West.
Okay.
This is a definite Western triple. This is actually a classic Western triple, except for the failure to bounce in Sweden. And I think the East sniffed that out. And I understand Prussia's a little weird as opposed to Silesia, but I think that's all of them going to the line because they think there's a Western triple coming. And in fact, the Italian opening where you go to Tyrrhenian and all that sort of thing is what you do when you're expecting the French to come to the Med, because you could still convoy to Tunis and you're in the Tyrrhenian instead of in the Ionian. So all of this makes it look like it was a Western triple from day one, and somehow the East figured it out. And they are trying to respond to that the best way they think they can.
And Alex just didn't do what he was supposed to and bounce Sweden.
He just didn't bounce in Sweden like he should have.
All right, so
or Alex has said he's doing the Western triple, but he's going to pull out of it.
So a question I had, and it's been summed up here by Jaden. So Jaden wants to know, when is it right to AIR in the East versus a quadruple? Well, the question I was having was whether this is going to be a quadruple or an AIR, or that, with Italy already far west. Do you guys have an answer to this question?
The answer to that question is this: if you think you can kill Turkey fast enough to use their centers to builds against the Western triple, then you kill them. If you don't think you can, then you quadruple it.
So you're expecting a quadruple then here?
I think so. Although Karl may just be playing, unconventionally, but Khan to Ankara makes it look like he's saying, "I'm going to stay away from you guys.
Yeah,
leave me alone. You guys go fight the Western triple. Don't kill me."
I don't know. I read Khan to Ankara a little differently, actually. I'm nervous about that if I'm Hunter in Russia, right? Because why is that army going back towards Armenia when you're assuming we're going to see Fleet Smyrna down, right? So why am I seeing that rather than sitting in Khan to just support Bulgaria, which is what you normally do if you're going to sit back as Turkey. So, yeah,
It's either way it's unconventional. Whatever it is, it's unconventional.
Fascinating 1901. How often do you see fleets in West and Tyrrhenian Sea at the end of 1901? Rare, but that in combination with the fleet in the Barents Sea is just awesome.
I think the big problem with this opening for Italy, which we do see it from time to time, is it really, that army in Tunis, like whereas if the army is going to come, is there so that it can do like a Lepanto type of thing to convoy into Turkey, that's one thing. But against France, it's really, really awkward. And it's really hard to get it back into Italy where it can be used.
But Adam, it's just there for defensive purposes. If he's expecting a Western triple and expecting the French to come in, the only way to take Tunis and keep a guy in Tyrrhenian Sea is to do it this way.
Yeah, but conversely, though, being in Tunis gives you the force on the Western Med, and you can always still build Rome and support yourself into the Tyrrhenian in the fall. So I think it's sort of 6 one way, half a dozen the other. I mean, it serves as a placeholder when it's sitting there in Tunis.
Right.
But if it turns out you do need it back home because you want to have armies in Tyrolean Piedmont, for example, it's really hard to get it into position to do that.
I think the real question here is Alex is he actually going to go through with the Western triple? That's
the other comment I'll make is Carl just put an army down, which is really interesting. And that's not what I would have expected to see. Even if it was a quadruple, I still would have expected to see one fleet out on the Med. So
I was actually expecting a wave if it was part of a quadruple. I was curious to see if a wave would happen.
I thought it would be an army if it's a quadruple, because then you're just defensive and you're not being threatening with the fleet that you're going to slip into Naples when nobody's watching, that kind of
thing. Fair. All right, so let's keep going forward here. Hunter Catcher clearly not too concerned about the Turkish movements, puts down an army in St. Petersburg, army in Warsaw. Alex Maslow does, I think, what you would want if you were in the Western Triple, even though that fleet in Kiel could conceivably go to Helgoland and cause problems for England, but everyone else does all these moves are, I think, in line with 3 in the West versus 4 in the East. Spring of 1902, down to you, David Hood.
Mm-hmm. And he does stick with the Western Triple and loses Munich because there was no way to prevent that under the way it was working out.
Why didn't he get into Silesia? Oh, Berlin got cut. I see.
Berlin got cut, which again, all of this was somewhat predictable. I'm not sure that I wanted that army to get piffed there. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. They're clearly moving Western Triple moves. Everybody's moving Western Triple moves in the West. Let's see what's happening in the East. Is there anything that's not go with fight the? Yeah, there is some stuff. Greece to Aegean, but without. Let's say we've also moved to Budapest. All right, so Austria is not. He's not going after Turkey, but he's not going after Turkey in a way that's particularly effective because there's nobody in the Ionian to cover. The army support to Sevastopol makes it look like this is not a quadruple. They're going to try to do something to hit Karl's centers, I think.
The English moves are not very Western triple.
Yeah,
Norway should be going to Sweden, not Barents.
I'm sorry, I totally missed that. I thought it was Norway to Sweden. You're right. That's not Western triple. That's right.
That's pretty strange. That's am I about to drop the hammer on Germany or do something funny in the fall?
Yeah, I think if you're Germany, that you just don't want that fleet there. And the answer is
no.
Yeah. Both dropped the hammer. Yeah.
Oh man. Western triple is always dangerous for Germany. Usually you get a little bit longer than this. But talk us through it, David. What happens here?
Well, when you've been countered so quickly by AIR, at least in the middle of the board, there's a temptation for the E and the F to go, all right, fine, that didn't work. So let's just kill German. Let's just take German dots ourselves and see what we can do, which is exactly what happened. The English also take Sweden. They take St. Pete. They take Holland. Justin's going crazy here. In the East, really not much to talk about in the Turkish theater. Nothing happens. There's not enough units for anything to happen, and Austria just goes home to Greece. The Italians have held. Scott has made no orders, and it's hard to know what to make of that, except that either there's a transcription error here or he didn't get his orders in on time or something, because there's just no reason not to do something here. At least you would be supporting Turanian Sea to make sure the French don't take it, if not guessing, some other kind of way. So it's hard what to make of that.
I want to comment on Jason's unconventional but really nice tactical orders here, because this was not the way that one would normally think to take Piedmont over a convoy from Lyon in this case, right? Because you can just march there directly from Marseille with support of Lyon. But I think Jason makes a really clever move here by supporting Lyon against those two fleets in case there was a supported attack made on Lyon, and also the fact that Marseille cannot be cut. So this is a guaranteed move as opposed to doing it any other way. So it's really, using the force of all of those units there to take Piedmont, which, if that's your goal, Jason did it perfectly. And I think it's a really good tactical thing for folks to be aware of who aren't used to seeing these types of moves.
It's a really nice point. It's a way in which convoys can be much more powerful than just one move. This is almost like 1.5 orders. That's
you're defending Lyon and you're taking Piedmont with support. And if you just try to march there with support, Lyon can be cut if that's the support unit.
Support can be cut with a single unit. Convoys cannot be cut with a single unit. You need overpowering force. All right, but nonetheless, Justin Lohr, he was very passive in the other game, and that's because he was putting all of his action mojo into this game. Goes +3. And that means a fleet, an army, and a wave. And the fleet is in London, despite apparently having good cooperation with France, who puts down a fleet in Brest. What do you guys think of that?
Well, the French had to put down a fleet Brest.
Yeah.
So the English may be thinking, so I have to put down a fleet London to keep you honest. I understand all this waving business you guys like these days.
I wouldn't wave. I don't wave here.
No. Put your fleet in Edinburgh and stop this waving business.
Yeah. I don't wave here. There's situations where I wave. This is not one of them. I want to get my fleets out if I'm England. I don't want to sit back.
I'll make a defense for waving here, and it's actually purely tactical. Often waving is the utility of waving is strategic by sending messages or looking less scary. But in this case, what you want is most likely going to be another army, you can't do anything with it this year because you need to get in position, and then you can really only convoy one unless you're going to go to English Channel, which you really shouldn't here. So in that case, you might as well just wave and then build next year, and then you still, if you end up needing another
army, I don't want to know. I want a fleet.
What do you know? What do you need another fleet for? At this point?
Go to the North Sea, and I bounce with the French and English Channel.
Oh, so set up defensive bounces.
Yes, set up, and it allows me to have another fleet when I eventually want to kill Jason Messball. And let's face it, who doesn't?
Yep.
It's interesting because I'm usually very pro fleet with England, and this at this moment I'm a little bit on the fence. All right, spring of 1903.
There's 2 German fleets you got to deal with. I don't know. I would love to have another fleet here.
All right, Adam, tell us about spring of 1903.
Yeah, so there's no bounce in the English Channel. They the English go up to the North Sea and the French go out to the Mid-Atlantic, as I think you might expect in this situation. That great move to Piedmont was short-lived because he gets kicked out right now. But the consequence of that is that he takes the Tyrrhenian Sea. So the reason that unit was in Piedmont was to cut Tuscany, to ensure that the Tyrrhenian Sea would fall, which is going to put France in a position, I think, to force Tunis right now.
Yeah.
So
nice
job, Jason.
Because of retreat, it could. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah. The retreat. Yeah, if you retreat to Ionian here, then you force a guess.
Then it's a guess over whether to go to Naples or Tunis.
Wait a minute, isn't a guess better than a guaranteed loss?
Yep.
In general, one would say yes.
Yep. All right. Let us. Anything? What about the East? Yeah.
Yeah, you want me to get the rest? So the Austrians take Munich, which had a retreat to Berlin and didn't take it, which is interesting.
So they can rebuild it later as a fleet.
Maybe they can rebuild it, but only if they take a center, which they're not going to do. The Germans shift their fleets out against the English. And in the Turkish arena, it looks like Russia takes Bulgaria with support of the Austrians. It looks like so. That piffs one of Karl's units. Still very slow going against Karl because Italy has no units in that arena.
All right, here's a tactical argument for Fleet Eddy. If you go to Norwegian here, you could have been more aggressive with Skagerrak and Sweden. You might have that would give you purchase. Norwegian could then go to Norway, and then you can clean things up very nicely tactically.
That's exactly right. Or you could have supported yourself to North Sea because you know that Holland can be cut, and maybe Denmark.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of reasons why having two fleets would be the thing to do, and that waving would not be the right thing.
All right, fall of 1903. It works out anyway. Tell us about it. This is to you, Adam.
Yeah, so England and France collaborate here to force both. Well, they don't force Kiel. They could have forced Kiel had Jason cut Munich, but Jason decided instead of taking a center to cover Belgium, which I don't know why he does that here.
Jason, don't do that.
That's a waste.
That's Jason being paranoid, which is something you got to do at some points in the game, but not here. You play aggressive here because it's in Justin's interest to advance his position, not to stab you. Yeah. So okay, I mean, I guess maybe Jason thinks that if England leaves him in the lurch, he could use Ruhr cutting Kiel would allow England to take Denmark, and then if North Sea goes to Belgium, then he's gonna. I don't know. I think he cut Munich here. I don't see any reason for covering Belgium.
He just didn't trust Justin. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. So
that's too bad. That's too bad.
So the consequence of that is, I mean, maybe he's getting the build from Tunis anyway. So he takes Tunis, he gets his build. He doesn't have to worry about Belgium. So I guess that's a thing you can do. Meanwhile, so England gets a build, France gets a build. Austria is going to get 2 builds because they take Munich and they take Romania with help from the Russians. Because Hunter is in full defensive mode, I guess, at this point. Well, I guess they're trading Romania and Bulgaria, so that's okay. That also allows David to drop Greece into Aegean, and they can continue to make their attack on Karl here.
So David's made a move here. He goes +2, getting up to 7, just 1 behind Justin Lohr, who goes up 1 but has a build in hand. So now he's going to put down a fleet. I think it's clear. All right, winter 1903. We get a fleet Trieste. There we go. Declaration of intent by David Miller. He wants Venice, and he's going to go for it. We do get another fleet from Justin Lohr, plus an army. So now you got to start talking. Now you really have an issue of tactical efficiency with Justin, and should probably be further ahead than he is.
Well, let me make an argument that David Fleet Trieste might actually be to come help against all those French fleets.
I think it's to take out Turkey. I think because Italy's going the other way, I think it's just an extra fleet to have down in the Med. I don't think that's taking out Italy at all.
Well, I doubt it means take Venice. It could mean help the Italians against the French or move against the Turks. I agree with you.
I completely agree with David. And if it lets you take out the Italian dots in 1906, 1907, maybe, but not now.
I wouldn't think so.
All right.
Unless there's an immediate EF war.
Three different possible paths for that fleet Trieste to take, but it's awesome that he has all those options now, all of a sudden. And tell us about it, David Hood.
All right. Let's see. He goes to Adriatic. I mean, I really do think he's coming down there because they need fleets to deal with Jason's fleets. Tyrolia, anything happening in the east? Not really. Hunter is taking St. Pete back because he moved in a way to do that. Fleet to the English Channel has got to be the move of the turn. You've got 2 armies sitting there for convoy purposes. You had to, if you're Jason, you got to. Why is there armies sitting there instead of one in Yorkshire? But whatever. He didn't see it, and in fact, he moves out of Paris. Thus, if what England is doing here is convoying to Brest, then it's a working. And the Austrians have taken Berlin. David's definitely trying to rival Justin here, but Justin's put himself in quite a position, hasn't he?
Why does Justin not try to destroy Helgoland here?
He does. I think he misorders. So Holland supports Helgoland rather than supporting Denmark.
Got it. Okay, so he was trying to destroy. Yeah, I mean that seems like the logical thing to do, so you don't have to worry about it in the fall.
Yeah, it's just a miss.
Yeah.
All right, and Jaden, let's see, Mr. Flanders 48 with some adept commentary here. Justin losing St. Pete could have had a unit in Norway at this point. Most likely a fleet.
Well, and it looks like he's sort of seeding it anyway. Just moving to Norway means that Hunter would have taken it with 1 instead of 2. Yeah. So maybe he's trying to make some kind of deal with Hunter. Who knows?
All right. Does Tyrolia end up in Venice here?
Nah.
I think that would be unlikely. All right, so he supports himself to the Ionian there, which makes sense. He's trying to set up positions. Plus, Jason has to come back. Yeah, I think it was not quite time to attack the Italians here because he does want to prioritize killing the Turks first, maybe. And he's going to send the Italians against France. You could make an argument either way there with the England. I said, they're going to do this unless there's an EF war, and then there's an EF war. So now that did give David some flexibility what to do with Adriatic, but I can understand the decision that he's made.
I can see David stabbing next year if EF continue to fight. I could definitely see him doing it next year, but I didn't see him doing it until the two of them.
You really like to be the Ionian. It's a great place to be if they're the Austrians.
Why not?
All right. So I don't know if you pointed out the brace in Kiel.
I did not.
Retreating. But why is it retreating?
I'm sorry, the failed brace, because Munich, there could have been a brace here. David Miller in Austria could have supported himself into Kiel to stop the English from taking it. The English get it because Kiel moves to Holland. Yeah.
Well, and the French take Holland here.
Yep. And that's because Holland moves into Kiel. So the net result here is that Justin is +1 while Jason is even. So that's the story here. I'm sorry. So Justin is even. What else did he lose?
Justin's even because he takes Brest, but he loses Holland.
St. Petersburg.
St. Pete.
St. Pete and to take Kiel. Yeah, so it is even. Yeah.
All right, but EF are clearly fighting, and David Miller is now moved into a tie for first place, building another fleet. Oh, it's so nice, isn't it?
David, every now and then you can have a game where it makes sense for Austria to have fleets, and those games are so much fun to watch.
They really are. Really, really fun. And look, he's, there's like a fleet on East Coast Bulgaria.
Oh gosh. Oh, wow.
You don't take this draw if you're David Miller, right?
I don't think so.
You take every minute if you're Justin Lohr. You definitely take
I think we need to be careful about that because we don't know the diplomatic situation. We don't know what people are saying to David or anybody else about we really need to draw here, and if you don't, I'm going to know who said no and all that. So there could be some diplomatic reasons to take the draw here, but you don't want to have to.
I wonder what Hunter does in this position, right? Because Hunter's now just got a bunch of armies there, right? So and David has now made himself fleet heavy. 2 of his centers are in Germany, which if EF get back together, then you're going to get French units kind of surrounding that stuff. So maybe you do if you're David.
I don't know. I think if I'm David, I keep playing this game because why would you not if you got 3 fleets and you don't have an immediate enemy? You've got I don't know. You've just diplomatically, I thought it was coming up roses for him, and even strategically, and frankly, even tactically. If you've got the tactical flexibility to build a 3rd fleet, that's a game you might want to keep playing. But anyway, we weren't there, and we don't know what the diplomatic situation is. So I say, way to go, David, for coming back there and putting yourself in position. Because I would say 2 game years ago, I don't think we would have thought that David was going to be a shared topper here at the end of 1904.
No, the EF we're looking strong. All right. Well, congratulations to Justin Lohr and David Miller for sharing this board top. That leaves us with 1 game left in round 2. So let's head on over. And if I can get my mouse to cooperate. Here is round 2, board 3. In Austria, we have Karthik Kanath. England, Evan Ellis. France, Jason Bennett. Germany, Russell Weisfeld. Germany, Russell Weisfield. Italy, Chris Campbell. Russia, that guy, Ed Sullivan. And in Turkey, Robert Roos making another appearance. So I believe this is the second board this round for Robert Roos. And Evan must not have simply abandoned the games in round one then to be allowed to continue playing. All right, let's dive in here. Curious to see if Ed and Karthik can improve on their round one scores. Spring of 1901. David, you are first up here.
Ed taking the Black Sea is just an interesting way that worked out for the Turks, just to let him in like that and decide they're going to move. I mean, frankly, that's the way it used to be in the old days when we used to play this game. People would just not. They would make a deal to not go to the Black Sea instead of bouncing, and somebody would break the deal. So we'll see if that's what this is or if this is some other kind of thing. The Italians are attempting the Trieste borrow strategy there, as you can see. In the West, I think you've got to say English Channel. First time I think we've seen anybody jumping in the English Channel so far in this Carnage. And you've got Evan, who's clearly learning the game. I think that would be fair. A fair read of his play so far as he's learning the game. You would never not move your fleet out of Edinburgh in this situation. You just never would not move it out.
And that's tournament leader Jason Bennett, we should say, getting into the channel in 1901, which from a lot of statistical analysis that I know Brian Prevel has done, a France that gets into the channel in spring of 1901 usually does pretty well. All right.
I don't know. I've never gone to the channel, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I've never done that. All right, let's look at the fall. Jason just maybe wasn't expecting to get in the English Channel, so he doesn't do anything when he got there, including support either England or Germany to Belgium. Just says, I'm just saying hello. Takes us to Iberian centers. Otherwise, what else do we have? The Russians actually supporting themselves, Ed supporting themselves against his fellow Texas Longhorn into Galicia and takes Romania with the fleet. So that's very RT-ish. What else? The Italians the Karthik is being Karthiked again. You know, this happened to him in Denver because I did it to him. And he said, I'm being Karthiked because Karthik makes a big deal about how he loves to do this to Austria when he borrows Trieste. Then he takes Greece. It's exactly what's happened to him. So Karthik has been Karthiked to death.
To everyone who enjoys this meta of as Austria loaning the Italians Trieste, remind them to take it in the fall, not in the spring, so that this does not happen to you. This has been a public service announcement. Thank you.
Yeah, Austria should think through this whole loan business. It can be okay. It absolutely should not be the go-to.
Yeah, I think the balancing action that we didn't see a lot when this is becoming popular is this exact thing, which is it just not working out for Austria very quickly. I will say, though, that I did play in one game as Austria back in my first major tournament, the Worlds in Chicago in 2016. And I had this exact thing happen to me where Turkey supported the Italian army into Greece in fall of 1901, and Turkey was the next one eliminated after me.
Who was in that game with you? Anybody we know?
Yeah, Tom Coburn was Italy.
Yes, I know because I was in that game as well.
Oh, shoot. I always forget you were there.
I don't remember which country I was playing now, but all I know is that I remembered watching that. And
you were on the other side of the board.
Perhaps I was Germany or something, maybe. I was out
by the end of 1902, so
you were definitely not memorable. There's no question.
Well, after the game, Chris Martin was doing those interviews back then and posting them on YouTube, and Tom Coburn said that I played a great game. He's like that
but great.
I did everything that I could have possibly have done. I made really good arguments. He just had a better offer. All right. We get a Fleet North Coast from Ed Sullivan in St. Petersburg. Love it.
Ed Sullivan. I like it. Power.
We get a Fleet and Con from Robert Roos.
The Fleet Con build is classic.
I guess he wasn't expecting rum. I don't know what something Ed did wasn't what Robert wanted. Wow, that is classic. Chris Campbell, we get an army and a fleet, probably not surprising there. In the West, England gets no build, which is never a good thing. And Russell and Jason put down, I think, pretty pretty
Wait, why
standard.
didn't I didn't pay that
I think
attention
we'll
to
get
that.
Norway.
Did he not try for it, or
He
did
went
he
for
get?
went for Belgium.
Oh, he went. That's right. That's right. Went for Belgium. Yep.
Yep. So, yes, my guess is that people aren't going to want to. They're not going to view Evan as a profitable ally at this point. Oh, I take that back. Spring of 1902. Adam, tell us about it.
Yeah, it looks like Jason actually supports the English convoy into Belgium this turn to keep the Germans out while going to Burgundy and shifting their armies up. So, playing other sides here. Maybe Jason felt like he wasn't able to strike a deal with the Germans in this case. So we'll see. Though Ed gives Ed a free walk out into Norway, so he's got 2 fleets up there. Meanwhile, Ed also does a walk into Budapest, gets their army into Romania, fleet back in the Black Sea. Robert, what are you doing? What are you doing, Robert? Why did you put that fleet in?
I think he just made a mistake and he's trying to rectify it.
Yeah. He's shifting around. That's okay. Or I mean, the thing is, like, Robert is going to have to make a choice. Is he working with the Italians or is he working with the Russians? And I don't know. If I'm Chris Campbell, I'm not so sure he's working with me if he's getting a second fleet out into the Eastern Med and not putting something on the Black Sea, letting Russia be there. So that will be interesting to see how that kind of dynamic plays out.
Yeah, I think he gave Ed Sullivan a reason to go to black there, which he was more than happy to take.
Well, plus he just needed to get out of the way because he wanted to put an army in there. See, that was the reason he moved to the Black Sea. Yeah. I was going to say it's fun with Italy to do the Carthage to Carthage, but then you got to have an ally after that.
Yeah. And if you don't, here's what happens.
Right.
Adam.
This is a beautiful turn for Ed Sullivan, who is now +3 because of Norway, Budapest, and Serbia. It's a good turn for Robert, who's picking up Greece and can roll from there. He got the Russian fleet out of the Black Sea, so that's good for him. The Germans do make it into Belgium this time. I think that probably Jason was playing on England, convincing them that they would put him in Belgium yet again, and this time instead just convoys up to London so that they didn't defend it. So I think this is an FG, and they're gonna do that whole thing. But it will be interesting to see how Ed decides to play it up in the north now that he has 2 fleets up there and might have a third for all we know, or an army or something up there now that he's got 3 builds.
David, it's pretty clever play by Jason to work things out in such a way that his alliance with Germany is still fine, and he's able to get a dot off of England, which really was going to be hard to do given the tactical situation at the start of the year.
Yeah, I agree. This is really good play by Jason. As Adam was just pointing out, the real question is, what is Ed now going to build in the north, and how is that alliance structure going to work? There's not much of England left for anybody to take. So when is there going to be a GR war, or is there going to be an FR war against G? I mean, those are questions we're getting ready to answer here the next year, I think.
All right, winter 1902. Maybe the builds will give us some clue. We get a fleet south coast St. Petersburg. So the answer to that question is yes. Wow, that is. Ed Sullivan isn't one to make that likes to make bold declarative moves like that, but that is as clear as it gets. Robert Roos probably happy to see that, and he puts down a fleet in Smyrna. Elsewhere, we get a fleet in Brest and a fleet in Kiel. So this is fleets all around, except for Italy. Usually a fleet power decides Army Rome is right here. All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1903. Back to you, David.
Oh, my goodness. All right. So here come the Russians. Here come the Ruskies. Tyrolia takes Vienna. That Russell's army is very destabilizing here when you consider... Well, I guess the Austrians are basically a puppet of the RT right now anyway. Gosh. All right. So the French have come down. He probably needed to do that, come down to Western Med, and probably to help the Italians to slow down the RT. And at the same time, putting himself into position to take Liverpool, because England got rid of his army and kept his fleets. So that means it's kind of hard to defend Liverpool from the other side of the island like that. So Jason Bennett's situation just gets better and better, really. knowing that there's now an RG war. And at some point, Jason could just decide what to do with his units once England is dead. I mean, Ed Sullivan's position is really good, and Jason's position is also really good.
Yeah, and I think Robert's position's not too bad either. Actually,
Yeah.
Well, especially if he can blow up that the Russian fleet, like we saw David Miller do. I think it was David Miller, right? In Turkey. Fall of 1903. Wow. Keep us moving here, David. Tell us how great Ed Sullivan is doing.
I mean, takes out both of Carthage centers.
Wow.
Gets into the Baltic. Wow. That's just fast moving is what it is. Well, it's a fast moving RT. The Turks are in Turanian, and a pretty fast moving FG. At least if you're the F, because you've taken. It looks like Evan's just kind of given up on the game there, pretty much. So
Robert's not paying enough attention. He should be taking Serbia here without a doubt.
Yeah, for sure.
That's really a mistake.
Well, he may think he can just take it later or something.
Well, I don't mean by stab, by negotiate. I mean, he should be getting it as a negotiation. If Serbia is advancing to Trieste, Bulgaria should just be moving into Serbia with one, right, to follow up.
I don't know why you got to. I don't know why you got to think that way. Says Ed Sullivan.
So look, Ed Sullivan is now at 11-7 in winter of 1903. I ask you this question again, David, who likes to talk about how big Russia's can be a problem and fall quickly. Is that a concern here?
It's not as much of a concern here, just because the position is so much more secure in the south than it really ought to be, or should, or usually. I mean, there's just really not a weakness in the south, and usually you have a weakness in one side or the other if you're 11 centers. That's why I say 11 center Russia is like a 9 center anybody else, because you usually can't defend on both fronts. But in this particular case, kind of can.
Do you drop the hammer on Russia here, or on Turkey here, if you're Ed? I mean, Italy is not really threatening you because they're not in a position to do so. I mean, maybe you want to push into Germany first and use your builds to do that rather than.
I think if I'm Ed, I'm doing all I can to try to get the draw as quickly as possible.
You're not thinking of an even bigger result. I mean, you can probably draw right here. I mean,
remember. Sorry, go ahead, David.
No, I was going to say, I don't know that you could convince Jason, for example, to give a draw here, because Jason may think he can eventually take centers from behind and all that. I'm just saying, if I'm Ed, I'm trying to negotiate my way into an early end of this game while I've got this kind of lead. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. All right, Fleet, North Coast, St. Petersburg.
Probably. That's probably a way to help convince people that you're strong enough and you can't be knocked down enough. And don't we just end this game and get ready for round 3?
Army Warsaw, Army Moscow.
Okay. No, David, do you think Fleet, St. Petersburg, North Coast?
I think Fleet, St. Petersburg, North Coast, and Army Warsaw.
Army Warsaw. That'd be my vote as well. And Army.
Those are the 2 armies.
All right. And then, all right. So
because Adam, you think it is time to move south? Is that why you're thinking the 2 armies?
No, I don't. I don't think so. Warsaw is obvious. I think you want Moscow just for flexibility, because you just, I don't know where it goes. Maybe it goes to Warsaw. Maybe it goes to Ukraine. But I think you want to have some flexibility to keep things. You're not going down south just yet. Though, I mean. You could, in theory, drop it to 7, move Romania to black, and probably just convoy to Armenia, to Ankara, come fall, right? So, I mean, maybe you're thinking about that. I don't know. Depends.
Why would you stab your only ally, though, in 19?
I don't think you would, unless your relationship with Italy is really good right now.
I have to say, Robert has been very compliant.
I agree, and especially if he's going to convoy to Apulia or do some kind of stuff like that right now. I'm not saying that you should be stabbing him. I'm very much against early stabs, but I just think Moscow gives you a lot more flexibility, and you don't need the extra unit in the north just yet.
Well, this is why I would have built Fleet North Coast and St. Petersburg and just get fleets into the north. But look, you've got Denmark in the bag here, so that would even be an argument for Fleet South Coast, to be honest.
I mean, there's also okay. Well, let's see.
All right,
South Coast, South Coast, North Coast is faster to the front.
Spring of 1904. Down to you, Adam.
Yeah, so he goes up to St. Pete anyway, and I think that's to protect Norway so that he still has more flexibility on Denmark and whatnot. So he forces Denmark. The Germans and the French are working together, but the Turks are plowing around Italy into the Western Med. I'm sure that they're definitely not going to take Tunis from this position or Naples, because that's not something you do. Agreed upon bounce in Serbia, I guess. And Ed continues to just advance, and that's just what he does.
Yeah, the decision not to build fleet north coast here is even more curious. If you're just sending the
if you're going to go up if you're going to make this move, then I think North Coast makes more sense.
100%.
I don't know. Norwegian holding. I mean, I think this is what we've seen from Evan, is sort of just holding when he gets out. I mean, there's not a good reason not. Oh, well, okay, there you go.
This is absolutely what you were trying to do if you were Ed Sullivan.
This result, because he has a 4-center lead, gets him 80-11. It is the single biggest score of the tournament so far, and it helps make up for his 5,000-point first round. Jason Bennett, however, in second place, only goes down to 6,000. So I think Jason is still going to be ahead of him, which is how it's this is a way in which Carnage or Carnic scoring works. Even though this is a bigger result, it doesn't make up for the difference in score. All right. So first of all, congratulations to Ed Sullivan. This was, Ed Sullivan likes to sort of play slow, make a nice alliance, and hold hands for a large part of the game. This was very different. This was Ed stepping on the gas. He still had an ally, but that was not the kind of grow together relationship that he is typically known for.
Ed Sullivan is not just one shade of player, though. He knows how to step on. He's done this before. Don't underestimate Ed's ability to play various styles, because he knows how to do it.
Yeah, sorry. I should have probably made clear I was referencing the stereotype or the image that he likes to project rather than the reality of it.
That's right.
Adam, any final thoughts on round 2, board 3?
No, I like Ed's game here. Put his foot on the gas and didn't take it off. I mean, it's a little bit of a premature ending to not even see 1905, but good for Ed for forcing that. Everybody can go get lunch, go to the hot tub, or whatever it is they do at Carnage when they have a few extra hours. So good for these folks. Yeah,
I think it's worth saying, if this wasn't a morning round game with another game coming up, Ed's solo potential here is strong. He's already across there's a sort of diagonal line that you can find for Russia going the other way, and he's got units in lots of places, and with a compliant Turkey, there isn't really a hard
maybe. I mean, you've still got a fairly viable Germany, and France isn't going to plow into Germany, to lose that here. So maybe not. Hard to say.
If Turkey is harming France from below,
yeah, that's true.
I take the 82-11 points every single time.
I would too, for a morning round with another one to go. All right. So after 2 rounds, then this is where the standings lie. Jason Bennett still in first place, though his lead is only 700 points. That is the difference between first and second place, less than the distance between first and second place. So if Ed and Jason ended up on a board together in round 3 and Ed finishes ahead of Jason, he will pass him in the standings. But just behind Ed is David Miller, Jason Massbaum in striking distance. And then behind them, there's a bit of a gap here now where Justin, Russell, Doc, and Ian have a lot of work to do in order to make up. They need to both do well and for everyone in front of them to do significantly poorly, and that would be 4th place or worse. All right. Shall we dive into round 3? I think so. In round 3, board 1, we get Dave Maletsky playing in Austria, not for score. Jason Massbaum in England. France is Doc Binder. My eyes immediately drawn to that powerful country, powerful player. Karthik Kanath in Germany. So real fun opportunity here for some mischief around there. Italy finds David Miller, who is sitting in 3rd place. Russia finds Robert Roos. And Turkey is Ed Sullivan, sitting in 2nd place, needing a big result. This is a fun-looking board. Any thoughts before we dive in here?
I think this is a terrible draw for Ed Sullivan, who just played the opposite power to Robert Roos in the last game, and has David Miller, who's also one of the top players in Italy. I think it's a really bad draw for him because Robert may be less inclined to play the same way, to play as favorably to him as he did last time. David Miller, if anything, is going to be gunning for Ed. I wish him luck in his negotiations with Miletsky, who doesn't care about the results of this game. So I feel a little bit bad for him, but maybe he'll be able to make something of it. The West is really interesting too. You have three just incredible world-class players in the three Western powers. So that could be two of them get together really early on and decide to do something, or it could be a whole, really goat rodeo over there. So that'll be fun.
This is a powerhouse collection of players. It really is.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how it goes. And we start off, I think you got to switch you guys. So Adam, take us through spring of 1901.
Yeah, really interesting. Robert opts to bounce neither Galicia nor Black Sea, which allows Ed to get into the Black Sea. Miletsky doesn't go to Galicia, but just pushes his armies down south. So that's really interesting, and it would be interesting to know, what was actually agreed upon with Ed, because Ed doesn't go to Armenia, right? He just goes to the Black. In the West, I think kind of more typical stuff. Doc makes a really conservative move with supporting himself to Burgundy, which is a great opening for France, keeping that army in Marseille to take Spain and making sure you have that play on Belgium. So nice opening by Doc in this scenario.
All right, let's push forward into fall of 1901.
Okay, in the West, we have a bounce in Belgium between Jason and Doc. And Robert opts to go to Finland. So this is really a dangerous play by Jason, because had Robert gone to Norway, you would have had a zero build England in 01. But Jason does manage to get into Norway. Robert's leaving Finland open for the build. Leaving St. Petersburg open for the build. I'm sure Jason was lobbying really hard for Carthage to bounce Sweden. That doesn't happen, which means a pretty good chance that there's going to be an ER fight here, but you never know. Meanwhile, in the East, Ed really doesn't try to do anything provocative, and nor does Robert. So we'll have to wait till 1902 to see how the alliance structure over there is going to shake out.
I'm not sure the last time I saw Trieste, Albania in this situation. I'm not exactly sure what that's all about, but you've got a lot of passivity in the East, which frankly, given the cast of characters, is not surprising at all. Yeah,
I mean, Miletsky often likes to just set himself up in a position where he's flexible, right? And honestly, that army in Albania builds a huge amount of flexibility because it can support Serbia, it can support Greece, it can do all kinds of stuff there, or it can move forward as the other units do a supported attack forward. So it's actually a really good position for that army early in the game.
This is not a good 1901 for Jason Massbaum, is it?
Because Robert's going to build a fleet. Is that what you mean?
Well, neither Germany nor France did things that would have helped him, i.e. let him have Belgium so he can build. Given Robert Roos's northern opening, neither Carthage nor Doc were willing to do anything to help him out. And Robert now is in position to build and take Norway right away.
I would say this is definitely going to be very difficult going for Jason, and I'm expecting Fleet Brest, Fleet Kiel, that whole kind of thing right now. And I think that is just has more to do with what Robert did than anything else.
All right, winter 1901. Yep, we got Fleet North Coast St. Petersburg, Fleet Kiel, Fleet Brest. Basically as bad as it could be, I think. Could have been Fleet Marseille as well, I guess. But in the South, we have David Miller and Ed Sullivan putting down fleets that are, looking at each other across the sea. And we get two armies. I mean, I think the only thing my eye is drawn to there is that the army was built in Trieste here rather than Budapest, which, says something. Let's find out.
This is where, if I'm Jason in this position, I'm making massive pleas to Robert Roos. And what I'm telling Robert is, why don't you drop Sweden to Baltic? I'll drop to Skagerrak. You take Norway, move Finland to Sweden, and we just put the gun on Karthik. I'm making any kind of crazy pleas to get him to do something other than sending everything against me. And I know I can't hold Norway, so I might as well just throw that in as, as something you can do. Of course, it doesn't matter because that's not what Robert's going to do in this position. But, Jason has got to be just like working that negotiation as best he can. I mean, he gets Karthik to go to Baltic instead of Helgoland, so that's something, right? I mean, it's not all bad news for Jason here.
David, talk us through the rest of this turn.
Well, the East, I was looking at the lots of moving around and not anything offensive at all between any of the four powers when you think about it. Other just lots of jockeying around, but nothing offensive at all.
The conga line, the Austrian conga line is kind of interesting.
It's not offensive. It's
no,
in Maletsky's case, he may have even said to Germany, "Bounce me in Bohemia." And that's the way David plays. He likes to just sit around for a while.
And Karthik
the
would be into
interesting
that.
thing here is the Turks are putting their fleet in Eastern Med. That's not even threatening to the Austrians. You know what I mean? There's just a lot of non-threatening moves here. Very unlike some of the other games we've seen tonight with much more aggressive play in the early going.
Presumably, David Miller is not happy about that fleet in the Eastern Med. Fall of 1902. David Hood.
This is why, because you're supporting yourself now to the Aegean. But the Austrians and the Russians do take Bull. So there's something offensive here. And the Albania guy coming in there behind. All right, let's look at the West. Jason does a good guess on the Irish sea bounce. So nothing really happens there at all. And the Germans take a shot at Sweden, but it's not like it was going to work or anything. The Russians leave Norway. Now that's what, as you guys were saying, Jason's trying anything he can to get Robert not to attack. It has worked in the sense that and it may be just because Karthik went to Baltic, that Russia said, "Well, forget you, Karthik. I'll just fight you instead and go to Prussia and go to Skagerrak."
This is fantastic work by Jason Massbone.
Unfortunately, I think
maybe just Karthik put his fleet into Baltic, and that's what caused this.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately for Ed Sullivan, I think my prediction seems to, at least right now, be playing out, and that this seems to be what looks like an AIR against him.
Yeah, Sorry, go ahead, David.
No, nothing.
Were you about to say I don't think Sev de Black is necessarily anti-Turkish?
It doesn't necessarily mean anti-Turkish, but I think it is anti-Turkish.
I mean, with Romania supports Serbia, it feels anti-Turkish.
What I was going to say is I'm not really sure what David's role is what I was going to say.
Which David?
David Miller. I'm not really sure what his role is here. He doesn't really have a role in terms of it being an AIR, mainly because of where the Turkish fleets are. But so we'll just have to see what that means. That's something that might be, he might decide to pivot and go a different direction.
1902 finds a new army in Budapest and a new army in Berlin. And that is it. Moving forward, we have spring of 1903. Back to you, Adam.
Yeah, so we've got Robert convoying to Armenia with the Austrians following into Romania. And Ed is pulling everything back, allowing David Miller to get into the Aegean. So that would seem to be David Miller's role in all of this. I'm not sure that, I mean, I guess it makes sense that he's pulling back here. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe trying, I don't know whether being in Smyrna is really that helpful or not, but so it goes. But I think that from this AIR position, it's going to be really hard for Ed to just tactically hold his position. One must assume that Robert knew that Maletsky was going to move to Romania. David Maletsky tends to be a pretty straightforward player about what he's doing. So, and this doesn't seem to be a case where a stab would make any sense. I'm assuming that Tyrolia was an agreed upon bounce. In the West, now you've got France moving in on Germany. So with Massbomb trying to take Belgium, I think with French help. Is that Is that
That is
right?
right. That
Yeah,
is
they
right.
tried to do it.
Cool.
Yeah.
So Jason really has walked himself out of a situation that was really dire. He's now helped Robert into Denmark, and it's maybe an EF or something for at least the moment. I don't know.
EFR. Let's find out.
Wow. The Austrian gets convoyed to Ankara. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, okay. Well, that makes sense to get him out of Romania, I guess. So that's the eastern part of the board. It doesn't look like anything. It looks like David Miller just tried to convoy into Smyrna, which doesn't go. In the west, the Germans destroy the French army in Ruhr, and the French take Belgium for themselves rather than helping the English in. And they actually make a play to kick the English out of the English Channel, which doesn't work because London was supporting the English Channel. But that convoy from Wales failed, and instead the French take Belgium themselves. So a little bit of jockeying between EF. Maybe it's not
And
a.
the Russians take Norway. This may be Doc thinking that his partner is not going to be neither E nor G, but R.
Maybe it's R. Yeah.
Although Prussia to Livonia, which was a little bit of a paranoid move, kind of takes away the possibility of a lot of cooperation there.
Probably, I guess, paranoia. Maybe thinking that. I mean, why in this situation would Germany ever put convoy something there? It doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah,
It's quite the turn here for the oldest hands on the board. Doc, David, and Robert, all improved, all took dots off of the younger guns. All right, that leads to +2 for Doc Binder, +2 for Robert Roos, and +1 for Dave Miletsky.
And importantly, -2 for our friend Karthik Khan.
Yep. And Ed Sullivan goes down as well, but had the PIF, so doesn't have to pull one. Here we get a Northern Fleet from Robert Roos, North Coast St. Petersburg. And elsewhere, it's a bunch of armies. Would you have thought another fleet here for Doc Binder if he's going to fight the English?
I would have thought so, but maybe he just thought Marseille was too far away to build it. I'm not sure another army does a whole lot of good there.
Feels very bottle jammed with those armies there. I mean, maybe he's going to set one up to convoy into England. Maybe goes up Paris to Picardy or something to get it up.
I might have actually, in this situation, I might have been tempted to wave and see if I could open up Brest for a build or something. I don't know.
I guess Belgium is now like hanging in the breeze is the problem, right? So maybe you want to be. I mean, I guess if you go up to Picardy, it could get piffed. But
yeah, it's probably, and then Marseille to Piedmont come around the edge, something like that.
There's a lot to think about here.
All right, let's find out. Spring of 1904. Down to you, David.
No piffing in that area. Just a lot of nothing. Warsaw does go to Silesia. Russians coming out to Skagerrak. French actually moved their fleets away from England. I think that's what you can say there. They're moving away from England. So maybe Doc is repositioning or doing some kind of diplomatic play here. The David Miller sniffs out that the French might be coming to Piedmont and bounces. I can't believe they would arrange that. Maybe they arranged it. There's a lot of other arranged bounces going on in the area. David Miller going to Greece is almost certainly by consent of Miletsky to sort of renumber the center count. Austrians taking Khan. This is cleanup of Turkey and otherwise lots of arrange. I'll give you this, I'll give you that. Let's stay together. Let's see what's happening. It's an interesting sort of rearrangement turn. Nothing of consequence really happens in the West at all, unless you think Skagerrak is of consequence, which it might be.
I think there might be a diplomatic realignment, though, right? I think this is Doc Binder saying, well, maybe Robert's my ally, but I'm starting to get nervous about how good his position is in the north, so I want to let Jason go fight him, at least for a little while. So I think there's a little bit of that going on here, right? And I think that Karthik is now on board with Robert, right? That Helgoland move certainly suggests it.
All right, let's find out. Fall of 1904. Back to you, David.
All right, so you can see lots of holds in the east, and I don't think that's a mistake. I think they just made their deals and they're just sticking to them. Nothing much else to say there. Doc is going to the Med. I mean, that's what Leon is about. So he is reorienting there, and Jason, instead of going anywhere else, goes to the English Channel here while the Germans take Belgium. So you were right that Belgium was all hanging out there, and it did, and it hung and it fell. Skagerrak was important along with Helgoland, the move to Helgoland, because now they take North Sea, and he moves his other fleet to Norway. I mean, Robert Bruce's position, not bad. Not bad at all.
Adam, any thoughts on 1904?
Robert's awfully light in the south, so I'm curious to see how that goes. It was interesting that since Bulgaria supporting Khan was sufficient to take that, it's interesting that Maletsky didn't support arm to Smyrna to take that last.
Why? Is there a reason to leave Ed alive here, other than
I don't
sentiment?
think so. I think they were just being overly passive.
And I think, and I think it makes me wonder what Maletsky's thinking. I mean, he's certainly nowhere immediately near Robert's dots, but on the other hand, Robert is very northern concentrated, right?
I mean, one of those units should have gone to Smyrna.
Yeah.
Ed didn't even defend Smyrna.
Yeah.
I mean, Ed is certainly capable of letting the fleet be a janissary. So maybe he pulls Smyrna here, offers to move Aegean west, and do fun stuff. Winter 1904. Oh, forget that one. Pulls Aegean. We get another fleet from David Miller, who finally is up to 5 in 1904. Karthik Kanath rebounding, building an army here. Suddenly not interesting in Kiel here. You might have thought Munich, but maybe he thinks the AR are coming for it. In any case, Jason Massbaum did not rebuild that unit.
He might have not. You know how you sometimes don't remember that you have a rebuild when you're playing face to face.
Well, that's rough.
He pulled the unit, rather than retreat it.
That's rough.
Jason, come on, man.
No, okay, he did. He retreated it to Norwegian, and
we just didn't see it. Okay, that makes sense.
It wasn't recorded properly. Okay, that's much better. All right, spring of 1905. Then Adam, tell us about it.
Sure. In the West, Jason is covering his home centers. Robert is repositioning. I'm not quite sure why he moves in this way. I don't know what to make of Robert's moves, because North Sea could have supported Norway to Norwegian, Denmark going to Skag. I'm not quite sure I understand his moves.
I'm not tracking either. No.
Yeah, but needless to say, nothing really happens. Doc does not bounce Western Med this time, which lets David Miller get out there, and he kicks Burgundy out from Ruhr, but that allows it to retreat to Gascony, which is going to be awfully inconvenient, especially with the Italian fleet in Western Med. Meanwhile, Maletsky is sort of repositioning, takes Smyrna this time, lets Robert take Ankara behind him, and he also gets Munich.
Yeah, he's taking Munich. So they're going to take Munich and Berlin. It looks like maybe.
Yeah.
All right. Does Western Med support Gascony to Spain here?
I would think so.
Yeah, I'm expecting it.
And hit Marseille, or maybe take a shot at Marseille. I think Gascony.
No. Oh.
Well, you could do that. Just take it yourself. That's a David Miller play right there. Why support somebody else when you can take it yourself? I'm surprised Turenian holds rather than following to west or going to Lyon here, but
Piedmont back to Venice is interesting.
Seems to be paranoid of Maletsky, I guess.
Maletsky tried to take Ankara. Tried to take Ankara and took Romania. He's actually
Romania.
This is kind of an un-Maletsky move here.
Is it possibly punishing Robert for being so spread out?
I don't know what that means. I mean, there's nothing wrong inherently with saying, "Hey, Robert, give me Romania so we can be even," or something.
Oh, because Ankara is Russian, or Austrian.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but he's picking up Munich and Smyrna. Huh.
Didn't go to
Maybe he's
Berlin.
making his move. Maybe Dave's making his move. Yeah.
Why did Silesia not go to Berlin?
Yeah, I didn't understand that either. There were several holds in this turn that didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, Mid-Atlantic as well. All right, well, let's push forward here. Winter 1905. We get a Fleet Trieste. Love it. We have seen a lot of Fleet Trieste in a small number of games already.
And another army for David Miller.
But if that really was an Austrian stab on Russia, you don't build Fleet Trieste. So that can't be what that was.
No, you build Budapest and you send armies right at it. All right, well, at the moment, that puts tournament director Dave Miletsky in first place, which honestly removes a lot of points from this tournament. That's ultimately the consequence here. And you have 3 people in the top 4 here, right? Second, third, and fourth place.
If you're not playing for score, that doesn't mean you're not playing for your country to do the best. I've always said, if you're going to play the game to try to win it.
Yep.
Well, I think the other thing that's important here is Ed is out, right? And so that means David and Jason are both in contention for this game. So, there and there's other games going on with other people who are in contention. So they are, even Jason, who maybe isn't going to get a great score in this game, he's still playing like he would rather be in 4th place than 5th place or 3rd place than 4th place. So he is busting his butt in this game. I bet he is talking to everybody. He's the kind of player who wants to get the best result he can in this tournament. And frankly, a 2nd or 3rd place in this game, depending on what else happens, could be enough to win the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment.
So he is playing hard, even if he knows he can't top this board.
At the moment, I believe David Miller has moved ahead of both Jason. I mean, we can look. I can. I think he's not in first place. Oh no, he is, because we wouldn't have seen Jason Bennett.
We don't know what Jason Bennett's doing.
Yeah. But David Miller, so has moved ahead of 2 people in front of him, Jason Massbaum and Ed Sullivan. So well done as far as at this moment.
Well,
right,
at this moment,
yeah. Let's push forward here and see what happens. And
is that it?
Let me double check, because
maybe we've caught up to them.
No. I got word from David that the games have ended. This game only went 5 years, so this is where the game ends.
That makes sense.
I can see that. I can see that. I mean,
if you're David Miller or Jason Massbaum, is there a reason to continue this game?
Jason Massbaum is not going to do significantly better in the game than he already is, I think.
No.
I just don't see it. I mean, basically, Miletsky and Roos have a strong alliance, and they don't have a whole lot of incentive to attack each other. And I think that was their plan all along, would say, look, we've got this strong alliance. You guys just give in. We're not going to fight each other. We're going to fight you.
I think the only thing Jason could do is see if he can get Karthik eliminated so that he bumps up a place, right? Which might make a difference in the scoring. He's not going to get ahead of David Miller, but it might get his, be the difference between 2nd and 3rd or something like that. I think that's the only thing. He
has almost no role in making the decision of whether.
I don't think he has enough influence on that to justify continuing to play. But I'm just saying that's the only thing that he might be looking at. But I don't think he can influence that. And so I agree that he's got nothing to play for. I don't think David Miller really can see his position improving enough to come in 2nd in this board. So I would take the draw before things potentially got worse.
Especially with that Fleet Trieste, right?
Yeah.
This is an example of, ARs are not real common. If you could make them work like this, it involves Russia being very strong in the north, and it involves Italy not being an extreme fleet power. And both of those things are true here. And this is why the AR can work.
Hey, look, well done to David Miller for getting back into this game and finishing in 3rd place, which, he doesn't have a chance to top this board most likely, but to finish 3rd is pretty good. And we saw how it affected his place in the standings.
And as Adam points out, we sometimes have a little bit too much emphasis on the horse race when we're doing the coverage of who's going to win the tournament. That does matter, but people are also trying to just do the best they can because it's inherently more fun to come in 3rd than 5th. And B, there's a DB&I points on the line, the higher that you finish.
That is true. All right, let's leave this first board in round 3 in the books and head on over to board number 2, which finds Craig Mayer in Austria. Chris Campbell.
No, it doesn't. It finds Craig Meyer in Austria.
Craig Meyer. Oh, I did that.
Bologna as a first name. It's CR.
Oh, far out. We got Ed Sullivan on this board too, so he is still in this.
Ed's playing 2 boards.
Oh,
Plot
That's
twist.
exciting, man. That is exciting.
Plot twist. Chris Campbell in England, Hunter Catcher in France, tournament leader Jason Bennett in Germany, Ed Sullivan in Italy, Justin Lohr in Russia, in 5th place, still has a shot. Dave Smith in Turkey. Dave Smith having, a pretty fun tournament, I think. All right, let's dive right in and see how this game evolves. David Hood, we're going to put you back on the odd numbered years. And this game starts as such.
Ed Sullivan borrowing Trieste. We will see what that means. Craig Meyer letting the Russians into Galicia. We'll see what that means. The Turks taking 2 armies, the old style opening. We'll see how that goes. France making a France, Germany, and England all making fairly standard openings. The only thing that's non-standard here is Justin going to Livonia, which it's sometimes like they convoy to Sweden type thing. I mean, there are arguments people make on why going to Livonia makes sense. I don't know that I've ever done it, but good players sometimes do it, make argument for it.
Is it not an invitation to get bounced out of Sweden, though?
It's usually seen as such, yeah.
Perhaps, and perhaps they already knew they were going to be adverse. I don't know. We'll see.
Ooh,
Oh my gosh, Chris, did you misorder your comment? We always say this, but it's totally true. This has happened to all of us that have played this game. You convoy Yorkshire to North Sea instead of convoying Yorkshire to. It happens.
Oof.
Germany's getting 3 builds at the time that England's getting 0 builds. Let's see who's winning Jason is getting 3 builds and England gets 0 builds. And Hunter is helping Germany into Belgium. So, wow. Okay, now let's talk about the East for a minute, because Ed Sullivan did not Carthage Craig Meyer, but he did take Vienna. Now, that's probably because he was covering Vienna from the Russians. It's probably because it doesn't matter which center he borrows, does it?
Yeah.
So he can do that and cover the Russian theoretically taking Vienna.
It does have a consequence tactically, because an Austrian unit's going down in Trieste here behind him.
You got a guy in Apulia. You don't really care.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what Jason Bennett does. Any predictions here? 2 fleets, 2 armies, or a wave?
I'll just point out that this is the tournament leader who they just let build 3 as Germany in 1901. I mean, what does that say, right?
I believe that I might actually do the 2 fleets here.
Yeah.
And
try to take advantage of the fact that England is so weak.
There's a reasonable argument for it. I mean, I think probably the tried and true Berlin Munich Army fleet keel is probably what's going to go down. But yeah, it's if ever there was a scenario, it might be this.
Take the 2 fleets, go to Helgoland and Baltic.
Yeah, okay. I think I would have done 2 fleets here as well.
France does do 2 fleets though,
which is good news to Jason. So far everything's coming up Jason.
Yeah.
All right. No other. We got an army in Warsaw. Is that a little surprising?
No,
I don't think so, because you got 3 builds from Germany. You got to think that if Germany is friendly with France, that you're going to see potentially some German armies coming after you.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see how it goes. And wow.
Exactly what you see. And Justin should have ordered to Silesia.
Yeah, Warsaw just not going to Silesia is inexcusable here.
Wow. Yeah. Adam, to you. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, Jason is just sending everything east. Baltic, Prussia, Silesia. This is super Western Tripoli. And I think Jason seems okay with that for right now as Germany, because he's got his multiple builds and whatever he needs, I guess, to get started. Because Hunter's, fully engaged in the south. Chris just picks up right where he left off and convoys up to Norway. And Turkey is up in Armenia. So good news for Justin Lohr.
David?
All right, so We've already seen this once tonight. Western triple. Germany is always vulnerable to Western triple. Is Jason going to take a really strong position and throw it away here? We're going to find out. I mean,
Well,
maybe you take the risk because Chris is so weak.
That was going to be my question to you. Is this a situation where Germany can let their guard down for a little bit, or try to get something out of the Western triple? France also can commit harder. The worry is usually you've got England behind you for either country. But maybe this is it. Maybe this is a scenario in which you can get away with it.
I mean, Hunter Ketcher has really, really committed here to the Mediterranean in a strong way. I mean, that's really something when you are playing with the tournament leader, Jason. Now, if you're Hunter and you're not in a position to win the tournament, what do you care if Jason wins the tournament? You're just trying to have a good tournament. You don't care. So if he doesn't win, someone else wins. Why do you care?
And the thing about the scoring system is that Hunter can top this board and Jason come in second and still win. Keep an eye on what's happening on the other boards. Vienna to Trieste. Why do you think this happens?
Wait a minute. I assume that he was supposed to go to Bohemia here to go along with the Austrians going to Tyrol. I'm assuming that that's what the deal was.
That would have been my assumption too.
That would be the normal set of orders here. That's very strange.
All right,
I'm sure Ed miswrote it.
Or maybe this is a way to go to Venice and then go to Piedmont. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, Apulia to Naples is also kind of weird, right?
Yeah, that doesn't suggest that Vienna to Trieste is a stab. All right, let's push forward here and find out. And indeed, Adam, talk us through it.
Hunter. I mean, Hunter is all in on this. I'm not sure why he moved Mao to Western Med instead of North Africa, unless he just didn't want to leave Mid-Atlantic, because he has to know that this is going to bounce, right?
He took Belgium.
Well, so I think that's probably agreed, right? Because Jason is already one ahead, already at 6, and he knows that he's going to force Warsaw. So I would assume that that's an agreed upon thing. But I don't know why Hunter, unless he really wanted to stay in Mao, why he didn't go to North Africa here. But he does convoy to Tuscany, which is pretty rough for Italy. But Italy does have a build coming because he gets Smyrna from the from the Turks.
Yeah, now this was a question we had earlier from a viewer, I think. What do you do if you're the East and you're facing a Western triple? What do you do about Turkey? If you can kill them this fast, you try to kill them as opposed to quadruple.
Yeah, and that's indeed what they're doing here. And they're giving Russia Bulgaria to make up for the lost center. So that's also, I think, useful for them, I guess.
So the net result here, England goes up 2 in 1902. So complete rebound now from the miscue in 1901. Ed Sullivan goes up +1, but obviously has some tactical difficulties. And we get a wave from France. That is unexpected. And most likely a mistake. Yeah.
There's no reason to wave here. You just
at least
build an Army Marseille and go to Piedmont.
Yeah.
Army Marseille here.
I mean, you can make an argument for a fleet too, but Army would be better, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we get a fleet and an army from Chris Campbell, and let's keep going forward here. This is back to you, David Hood.
I mean, this is really just sort of Western triple moves. I don't know that there's a whole lot to talk about. Of course, I don't know that any of these moves is remotely surprising, except maybe Munich to Kiel, and even that's not surprising because he's trying to set up the potential for another convoy if he wants to. Let me look at the East for a minute, see if there's anything surprising here. No, they're just going to try to kill the Turkish centers, use the builds to defend against the triple.
No, I mean,
there is Craig Meyer not going to Tyrolia here.
Yeah, I was going to say Craig could have gone to Tyrolia and moved Serbia to Budapest. Of course, that leaves himself wide open. But, I mean, against this Western triple, I think at a minimum, you got to be up in Tyrolia.
He's got to go to Budapest because he's going to take Russian centers, right? That's the only, or I guess in theory, to if you're worried about the Germans getting in Galicia.
Yeah, but you could have moved. You can move Serbia to Budapest and then Trieste to Tyrolia. And if the Russian double crosses you, I mean, you can make them pay for it. I think you got enough units on them.
This has almost got to be. He's going to take out Bulgaria and Romania or something.
We'll find out. But curious about your feelings on Edinburgh to North here. If you're Germany, don't you want that going to Norwegian here?
Yes. Yes, you want Eddie to Norwegian and the army to go to Eddie.
All right, let's find out what the consequences of this are for Holland, Belgium. Also, eyes on Romania and Bulgaria. And
convoy to Norway anyway. Yeah. All right, so England takes St. Pete with the army again. Total Western triple moves. Army go to Livonia. That's a Western triple move. Hunter was worried about Chris convoying to Belgium. I think that's why he went Burgundy to Belgium.
Yeah.
Of course, for the French take Tunis, they were going to, which allows Ed to finally get into the Turanian. Yes, the Austrians take Bulgaria. I guess they couldn't have done both because a retreat to Greece would have happened. Yeah, that's right. Turks take Smyrna to stay alive. I guess because the Aegean had to move to Greece instead of doing something else, like supporting Smyrna. Yeah, this is Craig deciding that Justin's on his way out. He's going to get his peace and hope to unhinge the Western Triple diplomatically.
I think Craig is probably hoping, like, that he can play the part of Turkey, quote unquote, in this game, right? Because against the Western Triple, Turkey in the corner usually can kind of sit there for a while until the Western Triple destabilizes itself and then come out and have a good game. And I think Craig probably figures that's his best chance to have a shot here. If he just kind of sits in the middle and lets things play out, he's less likely to emerge in that kind of position. So that's my best guess.
I wonder if Dave Smith, though, not being eliminated is going to be a thorn in Craig's side.
Yeah.
Now Craig has two has gone up 2, but only has 1 home center open for a build. So that's interesting. We do get +2 for Hunter Catcher. Is that right? Or did he have a piff? No, he had a wave previously. So 1 in the bank.
Missing a wave. Yeah.
And Chris Campbell goes up 1 now. So Jason Bennett, off to an early start, is now in a big tie for second place.
And his position is not good. He is so overextended right now. This is where
these builds are not stabby builds, though.
No, but I mean, man.
Jason needs a couple more builds to feel more comfortable. I think we're probably in agreement on that. Hunter Catcher drops an army in Brest and a fleet in Marseille. Interestingly,
that's like the least threatening build you could make to the Germans.
Yeah. Ed Sullivan pulls that fleet, or that unit, looks like a fleet in Rome, keeping Aegean. So Ed, not as worried about defense against the French as about keeping a hand in the east.
I gotta say, I feel like Chris is getting a little cute here, building in Liverpool. I don't see any need to do that. I mean, that's just being cute. And if France has a fleet in Mao, I can see a reason why you might do it, because you're not going to convoy it off the island with him being in Mao anyway. But in this situation, why not give yourself some flexibility to have negotiating space for that army? I don't like it.
All right, let's see what the consequences are. Spring 1904. This is to you, Adam.
Yep. I mean, there's no consequences to it other than a bunch of, North Sea holding, and you're not advancing that army anywhere, which maybe you weren't going to do in the spring anyway. So, but we do, and we get Western Med moving back to the Mid-Atlantic. So maybe you're happy that you kept the unit there if Hunter is now rethinking what his plan is. I don't entirely get this on Hunter's part. I think, he can advance into the Tyrrhenian Sea here. He's in Tuscany. Feels a little bit conservative. Could have gone to the Ionian. I mean, there's all kinds of things he could have done from this position.
Brest to Gascony is peculiar as well. I mean,
Gascony, I think, makes sense, right? I mean, rather than Picardy, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Picardy probably would have made more sense, because now we can get kicked out of Belgium, though. You got to wonder, is that really what Jason's going to do with his units? I don't know. But Jason, meanwhile, does take Moscow, right? So that's interesting. Chris has now got to be thinking, well, now got armies in St. Petersburg and Finland, but my ally in Germany has the rest of the Russian centers. So what am I doing with those armies up there? So I think that's going to create some tension here. Of course, he could just support himself into Denmark right now, right? So that's an option. In the east, a whole lot of nothing really, except for Craig taking Romania, which is, I guess, what you do from this position.
Craig's having a game, man.
Yeah, well, I think Craig's doing I think Craig's doing the right thing here, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's got to position himself to be the person in the east to emerge once this Western Triple breaks down. So I think he's doing everything in his power to make sure he's in that position. So can't complain with his moves.
Yeah, and he's timed it just right with the triple apparently breaking down right now.
Maybe is it breaking down? I don't know.
Let's find out. Fall of 1904.
Sort of.
I see. This is what I don't get about what Hunter backing up last turn, and why is he moving Mao to Brest? Very, very, very strange plays, but no, nothing really breaks down, right? I mean, yes, Hunter goes to Burgundy here, and that's not a super Tripoli move, but there's really a whole lot of lack of action. I mean, this may just be a situation where Jason Bennett is just going to say, okay, let's call this game now, and I'll take my 5,000 points and hope it's enough. I don't know.
David, can you make sense of this alliance structure?
Not entirely, no. Hunter's moves are puzzling, but sometimes Hunter just does unconventional things to throw you off, and that's kind of the way his game works. If you're expecting him to turn left, he's going to turn right just to fool you. And doing the Congo line pullback, and that he did last turn to put his fleets in. Now he's in Tyrrhenian anyway. I mean, who knows what his plans are? And there are people that play unconventionally as an intentional play style, and I think Hunter is one of those people. Has always been one of those people. So we'll see. I cannot figure out exactly what's happening here, except that we do not have a traditional triple. I think the German moves back last time was that he was expecting to get attacked. Yeah. He did not get attacked. And now the consequence of that is the French thinking they need to be in Burgundy, and the English support the Belgians. So something is getting ready to happen here. It's probably not good for Jason. It would be my guess.
All right. The net result here is that Craig Mayer. I keep forgetting.
Oscar Mayer. He's the same as Oscar Mayer. So Craig Mayer. That's the way I'm trying to remember it. Craig Mayer.
Yeah. So Craig goes up one, has the build in pocket. This feels like a moment for Fleet Trieste. What do you got?
Nobody ever does that. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Not to attack the Italians, but to because another fleet might be needed down there.
To supplement the Italian.
Supplement the Italian,
yeah. Armies.
Yeah, and I think Army Munich.
I think fleet.
It feels like time for Fleet Trieste to me. And Craig is a creative player. Likes to make a little noise.
What's
tactically.
Another army going to do?
Boo.
Unless you're going after Italian centers or something.
All right, so this is how things stand in winter 1904. Let us move into spring of 1905, and we're back to you, David.
Oi. All right, so Hunter has moved into Venice because apparently nobody bothered to realize that he could. They instead made some kind of moves to go after Munich or something when the French are sitting right next to Venice. And that's just not fixable, really, because they could retreat to Trieste and stuff. That's just weird. All right, let's see. The Sullivan-Meyer train continued. They're going to go try to take Smyrna. Apparently, they just didn't really care about the French. French didn't do anything about it, though. That, again, didn't go after the Ionian when could have, with support. And so there's lots of weirdness here. And again, on purpose, Hunter does this stuff on purpose to try to, it's a little bit sort of goffish, where you do things a little weird and it throws you off, and then you can't think straight when you need to. And that's maybe what's happening here. Nobody attacked anybody in the West, lots of stasis. And there's a bounce in Ukraine. Otherwise, what's really happening here is that the AI is going to try to kill off its Turkish centers, and the West may be ready to end the game, and they're just waiting for somebody to vote for it.
Yeah.
Points are at stake here, though. So, if somebody pulls into the lead, that definitely affects other people negatively.
Of course, Hunter leaves Venice. Now, I understood he could be kicked out, and I guess they did cover Trieste, but he just leaves Venice to go to Apulia. I guess that makes sense in some scenario. He goes to Onion without support and doesn't backfill to Tunis from Western Mid. So again, making if you looked at Diplomacy 101 tactics tactics lessons, he's ignoring all of them.
Yeah.
But now we do have Sweden to Denmark. Does that matter? Probably. You got the two armies. You got the two English armies going into position to go after nobody but Germany. So I think this is Chris making a move, making what move he thought he could make here to take, to try to get in better position for himself, and good for him. Sullivan taking Smyrna, as we pointed out, that was likely to happen. Yeah,
well, Craig takes Vienna here. In terms of the points, actually, this is quite a shift for Jason Bennett. So his score is at 6,007 right now, part of that three-way tie for first place. I think he falls into third place here.
Does that put him below David Miller?
And possibly even fourth place. I think he goes into fourth place here.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Does.
Yeah. Craig is now in first. Good for Craig.
Yeah, so Craig jumps up. So yeah, Craig. He was in the tie for first, but man, that is, in terms of tournament standings, that is quite a big spot. Quite a big change.
It's true, but Hunter, anytime he wants, is going to take those Italian centers. I mean, those are in pocket.
Yeah. All right, net result here is another unit going down for Craig Oscar Meyer. I'm just gonna have to say it's just gonna be Craig Oscar Meyer from now on.
Chris Campbell, he's a bunch of baloney. I'm telling you,
full of it. Chris Campbell definitely builds Army Liverpool here. Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely does, or should. Should not, but definitely does.
Yes.
What do you want to see him build, David?
Chris Campbell.
All right, call me crazy, but build a fleet so that you can support yourself to Helgoland and then move out. I don't know, just do tactical things.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if you're going to attack, if you're going to actually continue attacking, Jason, you want a fleet. I agree. If you're attacking Jason, that's right.
All right, let's move forward here. Spring. Okay. Is that surprising?
No,
not particularly. No.
No.
The only one that you would think would maybe not say yes to this is Hunter, in my opinion.
And the way Hunter's been playing, I think he's doesn't particularly is not looking
he
for.
Mostly plays for fun anyway. Honestly, he does, and I bet he had fun in this game.
Yeah, agree.
Okay, well, this game ends with Craig Oscar Meyer taking first alone. It's good for 7,308 points. Chris Campbell and Hunter Catcher share a tie for second place, which nets them each 5,500 points. Jason Bennett, it's hard for me not to think about Jason Bennett here. Played kind of too nice. Is that the right way to understand what Jason did wrong here?
I don't know that he had very many choices. I don't know that he had the ability to get E and F to fight each other. And if he didn't, he probably did about the best he could here.
Do you agree with that, Adam?
I do. I mean, whether they came to him proposing a Western triple or it was something that just sort of fell out of the game. I know I've played many games with both Chris and Hunter, and Hunter clearly was playing the game he wanted to play, and did not necessarily want to make enemies of his direct neighbors. And Chris can also be very alliance-ish player. He watches his back and doesn't let himself get stabbed, but he doesn't necessarily want to go aggressive against the person he's working with. So if he had no way to break the two of them apart, better off to stick with this and do the best you can as a third power in a Western triple than to be the smash Germany that tends to happen. So I think he probably took a lot of work for him to not be the odd man out. So I do give him some credit here, but also a lot of credit to Craig, right? I mean, Craig really played his corner of the board really well. I mean, his position was not great at the early part of the game, and he made some good decisions around which way to go in order to get this board top. So I think that was that. Let's not take that away, even though I know he's not in contention for winning the tournament.
Yeah, and I think Craig doctored this board pretty well.
The key for Craig topping this board was, would you say it was stabbing Russia at the right time?
Yeah.
All right, congratulations to Craig. That leaves us with, let's take a look at these standings now, because I believe that Dave Miller is the clubhouse leader, having passed, I believe he has enough to pass Jason Bennett here by the barest of margins. Wow. That is one center more. Had Chris Campbell not taken Denmark, that would have allowed Jason, to stay in the tie for second place.
Is that right? It's 100 points or something.
It's 1,000 for places.
No, I mean for centers.
Well, the center.
Well, no, it would have allowed him to stay in the tie for second place.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah,
which would have been worth. I think it would have taken them down to 5,000, so it would have been worth another 1,000 points.
I got you now. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Do we have anyone playing on two boards? Because we've seen all of these top players already. So do we even have?
We're to find out. Yeah,
we're about to find out. Board number 3. Here it is. We've got Russell Weisfield playing Austria, Dave Smith playing England, Carl Ellis playing France, Evan Ellis playing Germany, Italy played by Ian Rudnick, Russia played by Scott Richards, and Turkey by John Bin. So the only one sort of in the top here is Russell Weisfield in Austria.
He in contention? Can he catch up without a solo?
No, well, he was in that crew that was about 3,000 points behind the leader. And the leader has dropped 3,000 points here. So Russell Weisfield with a lone board top here, I think would win this tournament. We'd have to see, how further behind Ian Rudnick and Dave Smith were. But let's dive into this game and see how it goes, and then we can figure out.
And of course, the solo wins the tournament. But
solo wins the tournament. Yeah. And this game took place earlier today, started, I think, around 6:00 p.m. Eastern, and, there's no time limit. So, all right, spring of 1901. Adam, talk us through it.
All right. We see in the West the Brest to Picardy opening, which is not a very common one. So that's fascinating. Will be interesting to see where that goes. Also, Paris to Burgundy. Okay. In the East, we have Venice going up to Tyrolia, no bounce in Galicia, no bounce in the Black Sea either. Turkey just walks in. Austria has an interesting opening where they bounce the Russians out of Romania. I think they probably were expecting a bounce in the Black Sea because they also moved Vienna to Budapest, and those both failed. So that's kind of an interesting start. Particularly will be interesting to see how John in Turkey decides to do in the fall, being in the Black Sea in Bulgaria with nothing in Greece or nothing in Serbia or Romania for that matter.
This is wild and woolly, and I cannot wait to see the fall.
Yeah, I mean, this is very unusual.
Usually Austria is fine having, likes having a Russian fleet in Romania, but let's see how this goes. Oof.
Well, the opportunity for Russell to get his solo board top is willowing away in fall 1901. Let's talk about the many interesting things that have happened in the fall. So we have Italy taking Trieste. We have Austria getting bounced out of Serbia, but while taking Galicia. We didn't even mention. I'm sorry, we didn't even mention that Berlin opened to Prussia for some reason.
That's what I was mean by wild and woolly. I didn't know what was going to happen next. But
I'm sorry, I didn't even see that.
Kiel to Baltic, Berlin to Prussia.
So we get Denmark. We get England convoying to Denmark because Germany has nothing to take it with. Germany, Germany could have taken it from Baltic, but they held instead. Rather than taking Holland, they supported the French fleet into Belgium, and while the French took Munich. I'm not speechless.
Evan's not really playing for himself here. I think
clearly he's playing for interesting. That's his dad playing France.
You know, often when family members play next to each other, they can never get along. Often, very often. So we'll see how it goes.
And who knows if Munich was agreed, right? Like this
Right.
could be
They may not have been.
quite a gnarly
But
betrayal.
Germany's going to be pulling in 1901.
Yeah,
Yeah.
down to 2.
Very unusual. And Austria is at 3, not building.
This game we may just need to sort of go through this game a little faster than normal. I'm not sure we're going to be able to analyze what's really happening here.
All right, builds we get
3 armies for France.
3 Army France. Delightful.
South Coast St. Pete build.
South Coast
Army for Turkey. I mean, this is good. This is
2 fleets from Italy, and we get that fleet London. Love it. All right, let's keep it going here. Spring of 1902. Down to you, David.
I am really glad that Picardy has been pacified again by the French Navy. I think that's important. Yeah, I don't know what to say exactly. Convoy to Holland, supported attack on Prussia. You don't see that every day in spring 1902. Italians do help the Austrians finally get into Serbia, but they also take Greece.
Greece at the same time.
So I'm sorry, I have nothing here. I have nothing.
This is just bizarre. Can we just move on?
And it takes a lot for me to say I have nothing because I always have something, but I got nothing.
Yeah, but this is fun too, right? Build up fleet doesn't move
it.
But I will point out, right, Ian Rudnick, who I don't think is a chaotic player, right? Like
no, not at all.
He could be getting in position to take advantage of a lot of this fun stuff.
There's no doubt that you are right. But he loses Trieste, so there we go.
But he takes Serbia and Greece.
All of this makes sense. John has decided that he's going to go after Russia and convoys to Seb, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Germany is not quite out of the game, but they're close. The English having taken Kiel. The French are in Tyrolia. That's interesting.
I think almost every turn we have seen somebody supporting another player to do something while also having something taken from them by that player. And this time it's Turkey. I'm sorry, it's Russia helping out Turkey while losing Sevastopol.
I will point out that Austria has resumed their spring 1901 position. So
that's perfect. We get another army from France, who I think is just going to be all armies, which is fun. Dave Smith, we get a fleet. We get an army from Ian Rudnick. That's maybe a bit surprising, unless it's to protect Venice. And an army from this feels kind of IT-ish in an interesting way. Spring of 1903.
I think you should stop trying to analyze it in a conventional way.
Adam?
Okay, England convoys to Norway. That's a sensible move here. Self bounces in English Channel because why not? The Austrians destroy the French army. Well, I guess they could have retreated to Bohemia, but the French army in Tyrolia elects not to retreat to Bohemia and instead is destroyed. Russians get into Berlin with English help. It looks like,
and German.
And German help, yeah, why not? It looks like they're setting up to go kill the French kick the French out of Munich, I guess. I don't know what else to make of that. But then again, with the English convoying to Norway, I'm not sure how much cooperation they're going to get with the Russians. So that's cool. The Turks convoy out and take Romania, which is what you do here. So that move makes sense.
The Turkish moves in general are making sense. I mean, we're having fun here. It's late at night. We've had 8 other games, so we're kind of having a little bit of fun with this. People are playing. These may be people that know they're not in contention, and they're just trying to have fun. And by gosh, that's what board games are for.
All right,
they're having fun, and I'm having fun. So who's going to complain?
This is a very enjoyable game. Turkey makes a move here. This is to you, Adam.
Yeah, they take Serbia off the Italians, so that short-lived IT is very short lived, and they're going to take Romania and Serbia. They move up to Ukraine, so that's pretty cool. And actually, I think this is probably a pretty good choice on John's part, because the Italians are convoying out into Greece, which is not really what you want in an IT, for them to have those armies in that position, right? So I think actually John's probably sniffing out the right set of moves here. Italy moves Tuscany to Piedmont because you definitely need a fleet in Piedmont, I guess. That's a good place for one. And they support the Ionian from the Tyrrhenian. The English are now attacking the Russians, which they do, taking Sweden and St. Petersburg, because the Russians don't cover either of those centers. So, yeah, I mean, these are all things that happened.
The net result here is Dave Smith is +2. John Bin is +2. Where I assume we're going to get another army in France from Carl Ellis.
Carl, you do have shipbuilders. You do have shipwrights in France.
Come on, Carl. What do you need a fleet for? Just armies, please. We get 2 fleets from John Bin now, who's definitely making a declaration of intent, and a fleet and an army from Dave Smith. Okay, so look, we often see the corner powers, England and Turkey, doing well together at the same time, and this feels like a game for that. Spring of 1904. Talk us through it, Mr. Hood.
Yeah, England just continues to push forward here. Berlin, Baltic. I mean, there's basically. I mean, it goes into Berlin with support of the French, and as you pointed out earlier, and then does things like moves to the Channel and so forth. But I think that's defensive more than anything else. Ian understands that 2 fleets can be dangerous to him, so he is definitely moving that way, even if French fleets might be coming his way eventually. He does lose Venice to a fleet Trieste attack, because that's the best. That's awesome to take Venice with a fleet, because it's very dangerous. Yeah, I mean, Italy and Turkey are playing a little more conventionally, but it's really a one-on-one type battle with Austria sort of not really working with either side. I mean, Austria is losing to the Turks and gaining against the Italians, while the Italians and the Turks are probably fighting each other. Although maybe not. Maybe they've made a deal, and that's why the Turks have self-bounced in Aegean. I don't know. Sometimes these things can be hard to read on the fly, but maybe they've made a deal.
It looks like a deal to me, though. I'm a little bewildered with Turkey's choice to follow through on that, actually.
Yeah, the question for me is whether Ian followed through with his part of the deal, whether John was okay with those fleets coming back or not.
I mean, you have to assume that this was the deal, right? That Greece was going to go to Serbia in this from here, and you note that Albania supported the fleet to Greece, not the army to Serbia, right? So that suggests that Ian was playing ball, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, there wasn't any way for all that to. I mean, Budapest couldn't have been stopped because the Austrian unit was a fleet. I don't know. Well, we may be trying to analyze that too hard.
Well, I think we have our answer now about whether IT were on the same page or not. David, talk us through it.
The answer is yes. And also because the French are coming, so maybe even if they weren't completely on the same page, they are now, because Turkey knows the Italians have to turn around and deal with the French. They take Trieste as well to pay back for the Venice thing. And you know why? Because Tyrolia doesn't support Trieste. I don't know why. Let's see. England and France continue to sort of move and also sort of jockey a little bit, move units around. But England's basically saying, I'm going after Russia. And the French said, all right, fine, I'll do that too. I'll go to Silesia.
All right.
And Turkey's really got control over on the Black Sea. They got Fleet Sev, Fleet Black. Nothing going to happen there.
Yeah,
if you've got a Germany that implodes and then you've got a Russia that sort of doesn't defend himself, you're going to end up with a big England, and that's exactly what you got.
Yeah, and I think so. John is just a bit too conservative here with the units. If you've got an agreement with Italy and you believe it, then get those armies up where you can take Russia, Moscow, and Warsaw.
Yep.
All right. Winter 1904, we do find a fleet in Rome, as expected, and an army in Edinburgh, which makes sense. So currently, Dave Smith is in first place here at 10, and we have France and Turkey tied for second, with Italy just a center behind. Let's push
I
forward.
often suffer from lack of vision, so I may be having a lack of vision right now, but I have a hard time seeing anybody but Dave topping this board with this position.
Can we do a score check? Can Dave? I mean, there's a bonus of 300 points per center over the next. So can Dave overtake without a solo, just by getting enough? No,
this is yes. This is the current standings. So he is 1,600 points
so he's
behind.
not going to overtake just by getting up to like 14 centers, because that'd only be another 1,200 points. Oh yeah, would that be no? He needs. Well, so it's not the number of centers he has. It is the number of centers over the second place person. So he needs another, I think, 5 or 6 center difference, and he's currently at 3. So he needs to win. He needs to be 6 more. He's down 1,800 points. So
it's hard to imagine it's hard to imagine he doesn't top, and it's hard to imagine that it's going to be a better top than what he's got right now.
Yeah. Or dramatically better.
Dramatically better.
Yeah, because what he would need, I think, are basically all the French centers, Warsaw, Moscow, plus a bunch of French centers, while Italy and Turkey sort of stay the same size.
Yeah.
Let's keep playing anyway. Because it's fun to play the game.
Adam, spring of 1905.
Sure. England gets the other army on the continent and advances to Prussia. It's interesting that he brings it down to Holland rather than up to Norway, rather than trying to get another army up that way, or he could have gone to Denmark to try to get it out to Livonia. So I find that really interesting. Right. Let's see. There's a bounce in Tunis. The Italians go up to Tyrolia. The French are supporting the Austrians back into Venice. And yet nobody's taken Vienna, so that's interesting. And then the Turks finally are repositioning their armies to get some play onto Moscow and Warsaw.
Dave Smith could have could have gotten an army either in Livonia or.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he did it this way. Right, he could have convoyed. I guess he didn't. He didn't want to risk. He doesn't trust the French enough, maybe, to leave Berlin open or something, or leave Kiel open, I guess. Because he could have convoyed Kiel to Livonia and then convoyed the army into Holland to cover Kiel in the fall or something like that.
Yeah. And the Russians could have done something like bounce in Ukraine or something to slow this down. There's some people who are not playing optimally here.
Yep. Yeah. Fall of 1905. There we go. Going for it. Talk us through it, Adam.
Yeah, Dave's making the play. That's all right. So that's why he went to Holland, so he can take Belgium right now. He made the play for Burgundy while supporting Munich, which is actually important, right? Because he doesn't want the Italians or the Austrians there. Though it makes you wonder if he could have tried to, maybe he doesn't want to let them know what he's doing. Drops into the Channel, drops into the Mao, drops into the North Atlantic. I think this is a pretty good play on Dave's part. I think he can get away with this. I think it's a good play. Why not go for it? And you're not going to get a better shot.
Did he also try to support Silesia to Warsaw?
He did. And
okay, then maybe this is not really a stab, and he didn't take a shot at Munich. He could have taken Munich. Didn't take a shot. Maybe this is not really this. Maybe this is see what I can do. Vote my draw.
Huh? I don't know.
It feels like a stab to me.
I mean,
why do you do those things?
Seems like a stab, but
if you're supporting the French to Warsaw, that's not a stab. How can it be a stab?
Here's one possible explanation. Is that what you don't want is for France to be pulling the units off the board that are in the east, and keeping him even would prevent him from taking those units off. That would be
I actually think putting him in Warsaw rather than him pulling, which is going to be Silesia probably, is actually better.
Yeah, it gets them out of the
And it gets the Russian unit out. It's kind of screws up the coordination on the eastern side of the board. Like, I actually think it's not a bad play if that was the intention.
I 180 degrees disagree. If you're stacking somebody, you do not give them a freaking center, and you don't let them keep Munich. None of that makes any sense. So he's either not playing optimally, which is fine. Neither do I some of the time. But it's hard to imagine that was on purpose. I just don't see it.
If nothing else, this has injected some intrigue into this game. So the scenario we were talking about, where Dave, gets another 5 or 6 centers, that's in play right now. So winter 1905, we get an army on the board in London, and Silesia comes off the board. So Munich can be held with Tyrol, thanks to Tyrolia and Bohemia, which they might do, given John Bin's supporting of Warsaw and Moscow. All right. Let's move forward here. So at this point, Dave just needs to take these centers as quickly as possible, right? Do you have any brief thoughts about what the right way to go about doing this is?
Well, I don't think it's that easy, right? Because, I guess Turkey can put stuff up into Silesia, Prussia, so he's pretty much locked out of the stuff in Russia at this point. I don't know that he can get Munich that easily or at all. So he can get Brest and maybe Portugal. Maybe
go ahead and take Portugal now. Go ahead and do Portugal now.
Yeah, you take Portugal right now, and you can get Brest, and maybe you can get Paris. So you're talking about 2, maybe 3 centers, maybe Spain, but maybe Spain.
Did he just build Army London?
He did, yeah. You don't like that?
No, you fleet Liverpool. Fleet Liverpool, right?
There. You wanted a fleet there.
Yeah,
the key to winning this is the fleet battle around the Mediterranean.
I think you don't need the armies at this point, right? Because you got enough armies in the middle to hold stuff.
You wanted a fleet there.
Fleet London, though, would be the thing to do, not Fleet Liverpool.
Fleet London. You wanted Fleet London so that you could go to Portugal, support yourself to Mid-Atlantic, and then put a fleet in English.
Yeah. That's right.
Now, on the other hand, he is going to need Paris, right? If he's looking to get another 4 or 5 centers, Paris is going to have to be one of them.
That's fine, but not right this minute.
Fair enough. Ooh.
It doesn't matter if the French don't even go to Mid-Atlantic.
Well, Belgium should be supporting London to Picardy here if you're going to do that.
Yep.
I agree.
David, talk us through what actually does happen here.
All right, so there's a brace in Munich, which allows the French to get out without losing Munich, which is important. Yeah, Belgium going to Burgundy didn't really make much sense in that situation. If you're going to convoy to Picardy, and I understand he thought Picardy was going to go to Brest. I get it, yeah. But why not just support yourself? If you're going to waste the units right now to do the convoy in Picardy, make sure it works and support that convoy. I like the idea of going to Portugal. I really like the idea that he got into Mid-Atlantic without the French bouncing him.
Yeah.
And I understand why the French were thinking, I got to get that guy to North Africa. He's a wasted unit there. I understand how that all happened, but I really would like the convoy to Picardy. All that having been said, the English position is not terrible here. He did okay.
Yep.
All right, let's look at fall of 1906. Oof.
Because he can still take Brest, which he does. No, that's the French.
He doesn't.
What did he do? He got the convoy to Brest without support? No, come on, Dave.
It was cut. Well, wasn't it cut? No, it wasn't cut.
No, so he guessed in the spring that that Karl would cover Brest, and now he guessed that Karl wouldn't cover Brest.
Which, why would you not when you've got Gascony and Picardy? That doesn't make sense. So this was again the time that you convoy to Picardy with support. Is what you do, because clearly he was going to cover Brest, or you take a shot at Brest. But I think that frankly it would have been better to go ahead and do the convoy, get that guy off the island into Picardy where you need him. Still let's see, is that a bounce in Munich, or did that's a bounce.
Yeah, it's a bounce. It's a 3-on-3 because
I was thinking maybe the Southern powers had taken it, but they did not. Italy takes Venice, probably killing the Piedmont army, but otherwise nothing else to say.
All right, winter 1906. So Dave Smith's lead does increase actually here by a center
because he took Portugal.
Because he took Portugal, and Italy just moved into a tie with Turkey, so the gap didn't decrease. Now we get a fleet in Liverpool.
If he'd have built that fleet London when we wished he had, his situation would be so much better.
Yeah. All right. spring of 1907, the game does continue. And talk us through it, Adam.
It looks like he does get Munich, and I'm not sure why. It looks like there was just miscoordination amongst the four powers that are
Oh, the
otherwise
Austrians supported it in, didn't they?
Yeah, he did.
the Austrians.
Probably because the Italians just took its vessel.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Okay. And this time, again, I don't know why we're doing these random convoys instead of just supporting the convoy to Picardy here, or like the Mao is going to get cut here for sure, right? So,
That's gracious.
okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, if he'd built that fleet London, or if he'd gotten that army into Picardy, to 3 turns ago, Brest would be guaranteed now, actually.
Yeah. Now there's Italian fleet now. 2 Italian.
Yeah.
fleets.
Now you got 2. Now you have 2 on the Mao, so that's more.
No, it's not that big of a deal, but it does tie down his units a little bit more now.
And he can't hold Munich right now, right? I mean, he's Burgundy to Ruhr, and then 3 on Munich. Well, it depends what Austria does. I guess if Austria is going to cover, and Austria is going to cover Vienna right now, right? So they don't lose the dot, presumably. Yeah. And once Austria is in Vienna, that's going to wreak hell on Italy and Turkey. So.
Well, this is exciting. Let's go, Dave.
It is. Keep in mind, this game, the other 2 games drew in spring of 1906. So this game is now 2 full years after the others. And
oh, look at this! Turkey takes Warsaw. Oh boy.
Okay.
Well, and he finally gets the convoy into Picardy, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he loses Mid-Atlantic first.
The Ruhr to Burgundy was support, and that worked because
why did he cut? Why did he go to Brest instead of just supporting Mid-Atlantic here?
Oh, we lost Mid-Atlantic. Oh,
why did he go to Brest though without support? What was the point?
Boy,
it serves no purpose.
That's not good.
Well, how did he lose Mid? Oh, because Spain hit Portugal. That's why.
But why did he move it in the first place?
Yeah, there wasn't any reason to. You got to prioritize. You got to prioritize Mid-Atlantic there.
Oh, he's cutting Brest. So if Burgundy moves to Picardy with support of Brest, I guess was his thinking.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, definitely not worth it.
Not worth it.
As it happens, he would have needed English Channel to support Mid-Atlantic as well.
Irish could have just supported Mid-Atlantic.
No, because Brest was supporting North Africa.
Oh, I see. Okay, he needed both to support. Okay,
yeah.
Brest.
I thought Brest was holding.
No, you can tell by the thickness of the movement arrow from North Africa to Lyon, and then if we show the orders,
I see now. I see that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's quite big. And so what this means is that Dave's margin stays the same at 5. That's what the taking of Warsaw did. But losing Mid-Atlantic basically means that his growth potential is over at this point, right? And Portugal is lost.
Well, is that true though? Because there's nothing in North Africa, so can he can retake Mid-Atlantic right now? Because Picardy can tap Brest, and then he can take it. So
yeah, that's true.
But if he's lost Portugal, that's winning the battle to lose the war.
Well, it's a guess though. Portugal's still a guess though, right? Because he could come out from Portugal to take Mid-Atlantic right now.
Yeah, and Spain would likely go into Portugal,
or they could do it, or if they try to do it the other way, So it's it's a guess.
We'll find out. We do get another army in London first, and an army in Ankara. And so, all right, this game keeps on going. And no, it doesn't. Spring of 1908.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort, though.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I loved it.
This makes sense. It makes sense for the game to end here, right? Dave Smith went for it. Got a 5-center delta lone board top. Very, very good. And so this takes him all the way up to 3rd place.
Okay.
But the net result is that David Miller is the winner of Carnage 2024. I am going to verify this, just make sure that my scoring is the same as Dave Maletsky's, and it sure is. Dave Miller, Jason Bennett, Dave Smith, number 1, 2, 3. Ed Sullivan finishes in 4th, Craig Oscar Meyer in 5th, Ian Rudnick in 6th, and Jason Massbaum rounding out the top 7. This was quite a final round, I have to say. I didn't. No one told me what order to do these games in, but I think we ended up doing it in the right order.
Yeah.
We had 3 of the top 4 sort of ended up kind of bombing on the first board. Ed ended up having a second board that was fun to watch, and Jason Bennett just loses out.
And hasn't he been close several times? I mean, Jason has just been on the cusp of winning tournaments or doing well in tournaments. But I think I mentioned at the very top of the show that David Miller is somebody that you just cannot count out. He's won DixieCon multiple times. He always is near the top of the tournament when he's playing. He just doesn't play in as many tournaments as some other people, but you really have to watch when he does.
And this reminds me a little bit of the dramatic ending of Weaselmoot as well, which
I don't remember. I don't know what you're talking about.
Timothy Crosby. Had the tournament, but just waited a little bit too long to make his move, and time ran out, and he's another player who's kind of been knocking on the door. So it's interesting. Jason Bennett and Craig Oscar, I'm mixing the two up. Timothy Crosby are, they're now this category of player who are keeping knocking, and it's going to be awesome when they finally break through. Any other comments about our other top 7 players here?
Such great play all around. I mean, you got to hand it to Jason. You got to hand it to David. Of course, David is a perennial favorite and tournament winner. But hand it to Jason. Hand it to Dave Smith for phenomenal performance. Ed had some good games. Craig, Ian. I mean, the quality of play at this tournament has been really, really good. Those have been some fun games and some really non-conventional things happening that kept us all on our toes. So really, really enjoyed that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one of the funny things about this tournament is it was they had so many players playing 2 boards, and so with only the top 3 count, right? So we have all these players who are showing only 3 boards played, but they all played. It seems like they all played more.
Played a lot of diplomacy over the 2 days.
Yeah. All right. This is a wrap for Carnage 2024. Congratulations to David Miller for another tournament win. David, if you're watching this, come play a virtual game, either in VDL, the Virtual Diplomacy League, or VDC, the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, so that you will be eligible to play in the Invitational. He has almost qualified before, but not been eligible because he hasn't played a virtual game. And David, come do it. We want to see you in the Invitational. All right. With that, I think we're going to call this a wrap. A tidy 4 hours and 15 minutes. Congratulations to us for doing that. Do you guys have any final thoughts you want to add? David, we'll start with you.
Come to face-to-face tournaments. Not only are these games fun, I know for a fact that at Carnage, the non-diplomacy socializing is also a priority and is also something that Dave Miletsky and Robert Roos and everyone else involved really prioritizes. I know both of you guys have been there. I've been there. It's fun. But every tournament, I think, as Brandon said, particularly those that have been around a while, have a certain cachet to them, and you should go try them out. It's really a lot of fun. It's not just the games, it's the people.
Couldn't have said it better. I know upcoming we've got Cascadia in January or beginning of February in Vancouver. Great tournament. Chris Brand and Riaz Varani do a great job up there. A perennial favorite of mine personally, and always very competitive, but really good time outside of that. And then in April, I'm hosting a little tournament in San Francisco, which would be a great opportunity for you all to come and have a good time. It's World DipCon, and that's going to be just a weekend frenzy of diplomacy and camaraderie and good times. So as David said, come play face to face. It's awesome, and these folks at Carnage, I think, showed us the way, and let's keep it up.
And we've got the Virtual Diplomacy League has a game day this coming weekend, I believe. It's the second to last. There'll be one more in December, and then we'll have the top board in January. If you haven't played at all, it's too late, I think, to make a run for the top board unless you solo, which you can do. But there's still a chance to come play a game, get your feet wet, get to know the players, and set yourself up to play some more next year if you'd like to. And then there's the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, which I believe is now being organized for the second weekend in January. So stay tuned here for more details. And yeah, then come play some in-person face-to-face, like Adam said. You got Cascadia in February and World DipCon after that in April. All right. Would either of you like to sign us off with our traditional Siobhan-inspired sign-off?
Stay safe. Stab well. Good night, everybody.